Hello. Okay, this should be working now. Let's just make this one bit larger. Cool. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to be going through making a microblogging system. So essentially at the moment, we have the bar developers are making updates, some small, some big, and some people want to hear about some of them, but not others. And that population is different amongst different players. So some players, for example, will care specifically about map updates and won't care about, say, lobby features or client features. Whereas others will be wanting to hear nothing about maps because they just play straights or glitters, for example, but will be very interested in hearing about updates to the back-end server, which for most people is very boring, but for some, very exciting. So what we're going to do is we're going to make something where any contributor can post updates to a microblog, and they will be able to tag these. And the idea is that viewers will be able to filter the contents of the microblog by tag, by poster, and so on and so forth. Initially, what we're going to do is we're going to make it purely the posting of these things, and later on we'll add in more things around like saving filters and stuff like that. By way of introduction, for those who don't know me, I am Tyvian. I am the server admin and one of the 5 admins on the bar Discord. Any questions, please post them in chat. I'll be looking at it as much as I can, but my focus primarily will be on the programming itself. Later on, we may even get videos of cats, we'll see. So what I've done so far is I've done some legwork. Let's have a quick look here. I've created a migration for the microblog, just for the really basic part. So we're going to have tags, we're going to have posts, and then post tags, which will be a many-to-many relationship. So each tag will have a name, it'll have a color and an icon as provided by Font Awesome, and we'll also have timestamps in terms of when it was created and when it was last updated. Probably won't need these very much, but they can be useful every now and again, and we won't have that many tags, so the space isn't a concern. In terms of the posts, we'll have the person who posted it, a title, contents, and timestamps. That's it. That's the core contents of the post. Again, microblog, we're not going to have embeds, we're not going to have uploads, we're not going to have permissions. Every single post is treated the same way and has a title, contents, and a person who posted it, and then obviously the tags that we will be assigned. So each post tag is the post ID, the tag ID, and obviously the primary key is a combination of those two. So you would have a unique combination of post ID and tag ID, and you can't have the same tag applied to the same post more than once. Excellent. So what we've done so far is we have our microblog.ex or tyserver.microblog module, which has the main functions of listing, getting, changing, and that is for tags, for posts, and also for post tags. One second. Sorry, just coughing there. And basically what normally happens when you generate a new Phoenix module, or new Phoenix object, it will generate a bunch of functions that do essentially these things. Now what I've done is I've taken these and I've delegated them. So if we go to the microblog section here, I have a bunch of libs and queries. So the libs handle the implementation of these functions. And the reason I've done this is that I find the context files can get overloaded very easily and have a huge number of items. And most of the time, you don't need to look at the source code for those. They all work the same way. So delegating them, I find, works really nicely. So postlib handles the implementation of those. And then I have my own set of query functions, which allow me to dynamically create queries using Ecto much more easily. You can still fall back and use Ecto in the way that you're probably familiar with, but at the same time, it's very easy to write a really basic query using this. As soon as you want something more complicated, yes, you either use Ecto or even raw SQL, but for the majority of queries, this just makes things really easy. So let's start off. We're going to add some new LiveView items to our router. So we're going to have them public, so let's go find where our public routes are. We've got over here, we've got the account ones, we've got some logging, general here. So let's just do underneath that. So we're going to have live browser, no menu, live layout. Let's go with your standard layout, I think, on this. Standard layout goes there. And this will be microblog user. So we don't need to ensure authenticated. We are going to load them if they are there. Where have we got this? Mount current user. There we are. So again, I've got various different items that I've used before. So we're going to mount the current user if they exist. If they don't exist, we do want this to be publicly viewable. This will be, searchable by, viewable by search engines, but also just, you give the link to a random person, and boom, they can come and see it. Let's have a look here. Sorry, just double checking. My Discord, for some reason, isn't working properly, so I have a web browser and a phone running Discord at the moment. We're going to load notifications. We don't actually use the notifications at the moment, but they will be useful. And we're going to have, let's call it bloglive.index. So let's close that down there, open that, close that. And under live, we will now add the microblog folder. And how have I done that? So what we're going to have is the blog folder, and we will also have an admin folder. So the admin folder will be where contributors can do the posting, but the majority of what we care about will be in the blog folder. So we're going to need to have a index.ex, index.html.heeks. So what you saw there was that loading and having errors was because, well, it was trying to load and it hasn't actually printed out the error, which I'm surprised at. I was expecting it to print out some errors there. Okie dokie, goes there. And so now we need to make our new LiveView page. And on the basis that it's just easier to copy and paste certain things, let's go to the profile one here and do self. Close enough. So we have microblog, blog live.index. And then here. Right, let's make sure that our route is working the way we expect it to first. So that will be, well, actually, yeah, this is not going to work because it doesn't go anywhere. So we're going to call it microblog. And then just, the actual just /microblog will send us to there. It's probably recompiling something. Oh, no, we have a nice error. Brilliant. General.bloglive. Oh, that's why, yeah, that. And that should be microblog. Is it working? Is it still erroring? Oh, it works. Brilliant. So this has actually forwarded us to something because we actually have a redirect in there. So that's fine. I should probably have checked that really, shouldn't I? 1 second. Goes there. Okay, so stuff goes here. Fantastic. So next up, we are going to have to start making our actual blog. So let's go with a div here, and we're going to have blog as the title. And then every time that we save that, it will dynamically reload the page. So nice and easy on that. And we're now going to want to have a div, and this will do for equals post for posts. So that goes like that. And that is the doorbell you can hear ringing. And so I'll be AFK for 1 minute. And I'm back. The doorbell has been answered by someone else. No, I don't think it's pizza, sadly. I'd be delighted if it was pizza, but I don't think it is. Anyway, so the key part is we've just saved the latest stuff here. And unsurprisingly, we have an error because we haven't defined posts. So what we're going to do now is posts goes there, and it'll just be an empty list for now. Also, we don't need this if statement because this is copied and pasted from profile, and that would be running based on if you are yourself or not. So brilliant, we've got blog, we have posts, and I'm out of breath from running down and up the stairs. That was a terrible idea on my part. Okay, so, sorry, we don't have any posts at the moment. So we need to make some. So we've not got an interface for making posts yet. So what we're going to do is we are going to, we're just going to make a function here that we're not going to save long term, but will be really useful for a bunch of things. So what we do is microblog.create post. We need to do create tag first. So the thing is, we might be reverting database at various points and rebuilding it. So just for testing purposes, it's nice to have a bit of fake data here. So we're going to start off with, well, let's double check what the tag is. So a tag is a name, a color, and an icon. Fantastic. So let's call this server. And then the color will be, let's go with purple, because purple's awesome. And then icon will be server. No, it needs to be FA server, my bad. And then let's have mapping. And the mapping report, FA map, brilliant, is another icon. And let's make this one green. Okay, so we have our two tags. And they will create tags in ID 1 and 2. So we normally would have like a lookup or something like that when we create these, but we know what the data is going to be, so we can do it this way. And then so the post itself has poster, title, contents, and then we add the tags. Cool. So poster ID will be 3, which is my ID. The title will be server post. Contents will be server post contents go here. As soon as people are watching, it becomes so much harder to type. And then this will be the mapping post. Okay, so we're going to create those, and then last but not least, we are going to create post tags. So that will be post ID of 1, which is the server post. Tag ID will be of 1, and then 2 and 2. So what we're going to do as well is we're going to make a third tag, which will be development, and that can be, where's contributor gone? There we are. Code commit is the one there. Brilliant. So again, reusing items from elsewhere, and you know what? Mapping can be turquoisey and contributor can be green because that's the color we use every other time. What we're going to do next is, okay. So to answer your question, Geeking Frog. We are making a microblogging system. So at the moment, bar developers and contributors are making lots of small updates, some smaller, some bigger. And some people want to see some of them, but not others. And that's distribution of who wants to see what varies wildly. Some people want to see server stuff, some people want to see gameplay stuff, and some people don't want to see the other thing. So for example, most players probably don't care about server, but some really care about server. So the idea is that any contributor will be able to post to here, and then users or players can filter in or out whatever they want. So initially, we're going to start with something really simple, just make it so that contributors can post and tag items here, and that any user can click on the things and select what they are viewing. Once we've got that, we're then going to start expanding it and looking at saving those preferences, and so on and so forth. I hope that answers your question. I did explain it right at the very start, but I also appreciate that no one was watching right at the very start. Okay, so for post ID 1, we have tag ID 3, and then we're doing the same for post ID 2. So in theory, this will work fine. So we load up our terminal here, and we do alias type server microblog, and we're going to create the tags first. Let's make sure that it creates them properly. Brilliant. So all we've done is we've pasted in the microblog.create tag into our server. Just to quickly make everyone aware, the way we're running it is we use iex-s mixfux.server. What that does is that runs the server and gives us a live terminal. So we can type Elixir code, we can run Elixir code, but not just as a standard REPL, it's as part of the running application. So those things there that we ran, they will affect the live server. Now, obviously, in this case, they make database changes, which you'd expect to see reflected elsewhere. But if you had, let's say, some running processes, you can send them messages and they'll respond, which is really helpful. But anyway, so we've created our tags, and we can double check those as well by doing microblog. Let's make that a bit larger. List tags, and we can see we've got both the tags there. We've got server and mapping. Brilliant. So and we didn't create our third tag, so I should probably do that now. Oops. I was going to try and do list tags. When you do up a few times, it does them individually, not the executed command. There we are. So we've got 3 tags now. Fantastic. So we now make our new posts. Done that. Again, the key part is it says OK and then the microblog post. And then paste the tags. We now have 3 tags. If we did it wrong, what we'd get is something like this. So we're just going to do a post tag with tag ID of 3. and we get an error. You can see there it says error atom with the change set, and says that the post ID can't be blank, because obviously every post tag needs to have a post ID, which I feel like is a fairly simple concept. Okie dokie, so what we do now is go back to our blog here. So this fake data, we're not going to use that most of the time. That will only be used if we ever revert the database in some way. So what we need to do now is we need to pull back our list of list of posts. So get list, list posts. And so at the moment, all we're going to do is we're just going to query the list of posts. But long term, we're going to want to filter in things like who the user is and stuff like that. So we'll need to, we know that we're going to be expanding on it a little bit. So what we can do is microblog.list posts. And then we're going to, using that query thing that I mentioned earlier, we're going to order by, can I do newest first? Yes, I can. Fantastic. Newest first, and we'll limit it to 50. Posts goes there, socket, assign, posts. So what we can now do is, rather than that, we'll pipe it to list posts. And what this will do is, oh, fantastic, microblog's not available because I didn't actually import it for the module as a whole. Fantastic, we'll just save that. Newest first. Oh, okay, it expects that to be a list of things. I remember I changed that. I used to do it one way, now I do it another way. Okay, so we're not seeing anything, but that's because while we're iterating through every post that we have, we're not actually printing them out. So what we're going to do here is, just to make it nice and easy, is we're just going to do an inspect on a post, and then class my4, give it a space. Brilliant. We now have the actual post. So these are obviously the post objects we're getting back from the database, and we're obviously going to be cleaning them up and doing other things with them. Now, what we could do is we could have a block of HTML here and do some stuff with that, and that'd be fine. But what I'd rather do is, I would rather have a bunch of components. So for example, we have moderation components here. This is it's a singular, not set of, but a singular item that we're going to want to use on multiple pages for moderation. And this is the sub menu. So the idea is you can select different areas of the moderation section. But the idea of a component is, just like with JavaScript libraries, a block of HTML or functionality which you can reproduce very, very easily. So the microblog one will be tyserver dot, oops, that was not what I meant to do there. I did not mean to Alt F4. I did it again. Fat fingers. It's really not good. No, that's not. Oh, that's better. And so that will be microblog. I suspect it was doing a full recache actually there, because of the fact that it took so long. That's an interesting feature that it must have. Anyway, so we've got type7 microblog components. We don't need that at the moment. We do not need this at the moment. We probably won't need it ever, but let's leave it there for now. So we're going to have we'll have a doc string for our function we're about to add, and we are going to have a post slimline, let's call it. So the idea is that this will be the slim view of a post. So I know it's microblogging, but we might still get people who post a small essay, and we don't want to show every single one. We want to show like a snippet of the post, like say that, I don't know, the first 200 characters or so. So the idea is the post slimline will do just that. So let's make a note of that. This is designed to show a small brilliant. Okie dokie, that goes there. And so the way that a component works is we have a Heeks sigil there, and then a doc string, and we would just now put our HTML into it. So the way this would be used is like that, and we would say the post goes there. Okay, so now what we can do is, oh dear, it's erroring. That's because assigns, my bad. That's better. So instead of saying inspect post, we're going to go with tyserver web microblog components post slimline. We can change the aliases around to make it so that's imported. Don't know if I just actually, you know what? Let's find out if I do this. That works the way I hope it will. It does. Fantastic. So in fact, what we're going to do is we're going to import that, and then we can actually just do post slimline, I think. Might just do dot. There we are. We just do dot post slimline. Fantastic. So the H string, that is in Elixir, you have what's called a sigil. And that changes the way that the items after it come. So the H here is for Heeks or HTML, which is Heeks is the templating language used in Elixir, or in Phoenix specifically. So this here, this is a Heeks file. So this code could be in a Heeks string in the index.ex, but I find it easy to have it as a separate file. So the microblog, the components, they are blocks of HTML, and so we'll be putting HTML in here, similar to what we've got here. So what we're going to do is we're going to do that now. So we're going to start off by saying that we're going to have a div, and the id will be post, and so we interpolate with a hash and then the squiggly brackets, and post.id. Now this is going to break because if it's a variable one as opposed to a static one, or dynamic one as opposed to a static one, it needs to be in those braces there. Okay, and so now we're going to have post.title. Fantastic, we have server post and mapping post. And we don't actually need to have class like that anymore, actually, because we're going to put it all in here. So margin top of 4 for the sake of argument. And we're going to want to have the title be a h4, and then what we're going to do is string dot slice post dot contents 256, and string dot slice has nothing of that. We do its range. Brilliant. We now have our posts appearing. Fantastic. Now, unfortunately, what we don't have is a long post to test it. So that's what we're going to add now. So we're going to have post 3 long post. And then I don't actually have a shortcut for lorem ipsum, so we're just going to hold down Control V a little bit. There we are. And this one will have purely the development tag. So let's just paste that in now. So I've created that, and that's then there. Now, important to note, these are in reverse order. Hi, Loku. So these are in reverse order. So the newest one is at the top. You know what we could do? We could do with saying when it was posted. That would probably make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? So let's say this will be timex helper. So we're going to want to use this thing called timex helper, which is a set of functions I wrote for making things a bit easier. We're going to alias it rather than import it. So we're going to, to be more explicit, date to stir, and that will be post.inserted at, and the date format will be HMS or YMD. So what? Oh, okay. Timex.helper is not available. Oh, that's interesting. Why is it not available? I'm aliasing it. Why would it not? Oh, I know why. It's because I need to import it there, because it's in a different module. There we are. So we can see that when they were made, today at, blah, 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 blah. Fantastic. This is exactly what we wanted. Let's tidy up the HTML slightly. Cool. Okay, so we now have our contents. We have our post. And that's it, right? Okay, oh, we need tags now. So to do the tags, we'll do another div with another little for loop. Our favorite dev is stream R. Escaping in what way do you mean? I don't think that you would need to escape the sigil part. There's no time that you would ever need to escape the sigil itself. You mean as in for quotes? I believe you can. Let me double check. Yes. So the escaping would be as long as you have anything else on the line, it's no longer that. So if we did it like this, oh, in fact that actually errors. Oh, I know why. Hang on. 1 second. I'll explain what I'm doing there in a second. I just want to try and answer this question. And all of a sudden, fat fingers. Okay, what is going on here? That is still error. Oh, okay, that's the end of the here doc. Tags is going wrong because I haven't got a bracket. Seriously? Okay, you know what? Okay, let's just try this then. Okay, so if we do that, there we are. So you can see we've got the triple quotes at the end of each one of them there, and that's how you escape it. I've never needed to do that, and it does seem a bit of a strange thing to do, given the way that there's only one special character within this. You can do things around like you can escape the brackets. I don't know why you'd ever want to though. Typically, if you're going to have a block of text within there, you would pass it as a string rather than have it as raw HTML, I think. But I've never done much with that, so it might be a case that there's a number of use cases I'm missing out on. Anyway, so we've got our post, and the post should have tags. So we can say map get post tags. Oh, okay. Well, actually, the issue is that it's not that the post doesn't have tags, it's that it says the tags aren't loaded. Because what we have in our definition for the item itself, we have has many post tags. And that would just be the ID of the tag itself. What we want the tags. So we tell it many to many of tags. We don't actually need to include that, but it's useful just in case. And we're going to say join through the microblog post tags and do it like that. So what we're going to do is we can tweak our query. And again, the way that I've written this is I've got the bunch of helper functions which make adding in preloads and stuff really easy. And we're going to say tags. That reloads straight away. And now, mainly contain integers. That should be a 4 like that. I'm going to say T for now. I want to do post.tags. Oh, I know why. We didn't actually do that. There we are. So we now just have a T showing for each tag. So we're going to have a tag, what's the name now? Tag blob? No, it's not a blob. It's a pill. That was it. So assigns, and we do another Heeks template thing here. And what we're going to do is we're going to say tag.name for now. We'll flesh it out a little bit later. Now, what we also need to be doing is we need to define attributes for this. We don't need to, but it's a good idea to. So we're going to say that that needs to have a post, and the post will be a map, and it's required. And then for the tag pill, we're going to have a tag, and that's a map, and that's required. They're not actually maps, but I don't know how to make it so it points to an object yet. So we're just going to say they're maps for the sake of argument. If the user enters an HTML SSL. So what you would do there is when you show content. Oh, that's a good point actually. We can do HTML escaping, and that is a really good point. We should do that. So you know what? Let's. In fact, I actually think it might escape it by default. But you know what? Let's make sure. Let's add an extra one here called XSS post. And so we'd say script alert 1. Let's just double check to make sure that that's actually how that would work, and that it would actually show up a thing on my browser. There's no point in testing to see if it doesn't actually work. Brilliant, we have alert of 1, so that is good. So in theory, if I do this, and now I reload, oh, it does this automatically. Yes, so I thought it did, but I wasn't certain. So basically, it assumes that any text that you're putting in is not the raw text that you want. So if we wanted, I could do raw like that. No, not like that. I would need to do it like that. No, there's a Phoenix command function called raw, but it's not allowed. It's not imported by default there. I could look it up and include it, but that's how you would do it. So, great question. Sorry I didn't get to it straight away. I should move my windows around so I can see it more easily, actually. That would make a lot of sense. Right, that goes there. Cool. And there we are. Unmute the Discord thing there. I think that's everything. Cool, right. So, the next thing is we're going to make it so that the tags have a bit more stuff in them. So, we actually want to include a tag pill next time. So, the doc string for this would be .tagpill. And then it would be, no, like that. It would be tag equals tag. Like so. And that is how we'd do this in theory. Oh, that did not work. Okay, what's not to like? slash at the end. There we are. Need the slash at the end. I'm not amazing with components, so there's a certain amount of learning as I'm going, which is exciting in its own right. Okie dokie. So the next thing we need to do is we need to make it so that the tags are, you know, useful in terms of the way they work. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Bootstrap, and we're going to go to the documentation. Could be using Bootstrap here. And where are the components? Toast, tooltips, spinners, popovers. Badges? Oh, they're badges now. Okay, I thought they were called pills. Oh no, wait, is it that? Yeah, badges. Okay, so it's not a tag pill, it's a tag badge. Oops. I could spell badge, that'd be really helpful. So what we're going to have is a span, and then the class will be a badge, and it will be rounded pill, I think we're going to want. But we're not going to put the color in just yet, and you'll see why in a moment. So we're going to have style equals like that. Style will need to be this. Background dash color is tag.color. This is where the color part came in. So, boo! It now appears there. So all we'll need to do is make sure that we select colors which are conducive to white text. So that's fine. What we're also going to do though is the tags have an icon. So I've got my own little font awesome icon thing here. All it does is it has its own component that allows you to put an icon in with a whole bunch of options. So we can do that here. And the key part is the icon itself will be the tag.icon. And we'll say solid there. Brilliant. Let's have... Do I need a space? No, I don't think I need a space. Okay, so we've got a slight problem. We're doing a div every time for each of those. So I think what we want to do is display inline block. There we go. So now we'll just say we'll have a line return after that. Fantastic. Yeah, you know what? Margin X of 2 or 1. I'm not a designer. Okay, so what we've got now is we have each of our posts is appearing there with a nice title. We are having some content, a short preview of the content and the tags. I feel the tags aren't in the right place. We want to put them over the other side. So what we'll do is... no, pull end it is now, because it handles left to right as well, right to left as well. That has not worked. Float end. There we go. Okay, they've appeared all the way on the right-hand side. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we actually want to say, how do I do this? Session new has it. Yeah. So here's what I did earlier. So one of the things that Heeks will do is it will complain if you don't balance your tags, by the way. That's one of the advantages of it. So now we are limiting the size of it, and we're saying we're having a nice generous thing at the top here. Again, this is meant to be a really simple and easy page designed for non-players to look at as well, potentially, or people who aren't logged in and so on and so forth. So we now have our tags appear on the right. We have our content appearing there. That's looking really good. What we could do now is... we could do show more. Now, how's the best way of doing that? Because we want to say... so we're going to have... So post slimline, post complete... And so that will be no string slicing. Goes like that. That now has an error. Oh yeah, we don't actually need the range there. Hi Taku, glad you can join us. So we're going to have the full thing there. And what we want to do is you want to say that some of them we want to show them in full. So we can do an if statement here. If string.length of that is greater than 256. Actually, we don't need to do it as an if statement like that. There's easy ways of doing it. We can do span. Doing it as a link. We do actually, yeah. A href equals that. suffix.click equals show full contents. But what we can do is we can put the if statement, as opposed to a separate block, we can actually put it here, like so. And the if statement is part of the code itself. So the href itself we're going to make go nowhere, and that goes like that, goes like that, goes like that. And we have an error, fantastic. Oh yeah, I've got to put it as a span, not an A. You didn't know I sounded that British. Well, you've been missing out then, buddy, haven't you? We will also need to say that it is class D block, because we want it to appear on the next line, show full contents. Brilliant. Now, what's actually happening when I click that is there should be an error. Oh, there's not. 1 second. Oh, why is there not an error? So if I click this, that's weird. Why is the click not going through? Fix.click is that. So it's a href. Okay, let's just try as a span and make sure that I'm not completely misunderstanding something here, because that would be annoying. Programming speedrun. I've seen people program speedrun, and I don't think I'm actually that. I didn't think I was that fast. Thank you for the compliment. Okay, so what should be happening? Hang on. Oh, that's why. I'm a moron. Okay, let me just comment out a function that was catching all of the things going wrong. Put this back to that. And now I'll try clicking on this. So again, see here, we've got all that. That's great. We click show full contents. We have an error! Oh no! Okay, so what this is saying is that in Phoenix, every single live view is its own process. And what that means is that it has its own stack of memory, it has its own values, and those are opaque to other people, to other processes. So you can send it a message and ask for that data back. But also what that means, no one should be following along with their own code. That's a terrible idea. The repo is available though. I will say that much. Bear with me a moment. I just need to get a link to it. It is the Thai server repo, but there's a specific branch I pushed, though I'm not... No, it's fair. Other people might want to look at what I am doing, in all fairness. So what we've got is that is the branch itself, but I've also done it as a pull request, so you can see a comparison between the main repo itself, like that. So if anyone wanted to follow along at home, they have some options around that. Anyway, so what's happened here is we've had an error. So in Elixir, when a process has something goes wrong, it prints out an error and it turns itself off and on again, which is why this is reloaded just fine. Like if I click that, you'll see it has an error, reconnects, it's fine again. It literally is, turn it off and on again. In this case, what's happened is the process has received a message and it's not been told how to handle it. And in Elixir, that's a problem. You don't want that. So what I did have in our LiveView file here, let's just make that there a bit easier. I had this handle event, and what it was saying is it's not got a, make this bigger again. There we go. It's saying is handle event show full empty event, and then that's the actual socket itself with all of our memory and stuff. So you can see that the post is in there, some of the tags are in there, all that sort of stuff. But the key part is the string of the event is called show full, and the event itself is empty. So what we're going to have is, so if show full comes through, what we also expect though is we expect to know which post ID it is. So when we do this again, we're going to get another error. So if I click this, boop, it says it has the same error because what we've not done is we've not actually given it a post ID as part of it. So we're going to do that now. That would go here. Phoenix.value, oh sorry, Phoenix value, was it post ID I called it? Post ID equals that. Post.id, and the id will always come through as a string because it's HTML, everything's a string. So if I now do that and reload, oh, no error this time, brilliant, because it's coming through correctly. And we can confirm this by doing this. Like so. Like that. Show full contents, And, oh, no, wait. 3. There we are. We have 3. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do post id equals string dot 2 integer, is it? Yeah, 2 integer post id stir. Because what we're going to do is we're going to store something else. Assign show full posts. And that will be an empty list. And so what we're going to say is new show full posts equals. I'll explain what I'm doing up here in just a moment. And yeah, I got the Cloudflare message as well. No idea what's going on, but it works in the web browser though, so it's not actually that your IP is blocked, and it also works on my phone as well. But that's why I'm not showing as properly active on Discord, because I'm on the web browser. So we're going to have our new show full events goes there, and we're going to sign it there. Okay, let's walk through what I've just done, and then explain how we're going to use that. So this handle event function that we're looking at here, this is the handle event is what happens. That's useful to know. Thank you, Flash. So, when something happens on the front end, on the browser side of things, when the user clicks something, that sends an event. It's actually a message, but it's called an event in this case. It's basically a message with a bit of extra information. And that has 3 components. It has the event name, 0 or more values and their key value pairs, and then the socket itself. And the socket is our ongoing state. When we update the socket, we update the front end. It will indeed have an exception, but here's the key part. It will just reload the page. We don't care about it. So the only way it's going to go wrong is if the user sends the wrong data, and we don't care about them, because we know that we're putting in just an ID value. The database can only have an ID value for an integer for the ID, so we're good on that. Great question, though. We could do some stuff where we handle it gracefully. We literally don't care about it here. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to demonstrate how that would work. So, whatever happens here, it just reloads. Problem solved. That's all that happens. We don't need to worry about, it's gone wrong, how do we recover from it? This isn't like a properly stateful thing. There's going to be some state, but it's not a case of, they might have unsaved work we care about. Because again, if they send the wrong data, then, tough luck for them. They can reload the page. I don't care. Hi, Nutty Wombat. It's going well, though, as we're discussing, Discord is currently blocking a bunch of us in Europe. Okie dokie. So, what we're doing is we're taking the post ID and we're converting it from a string into an integer, and then we are prepending it to our existing list of show full posts, which we start off as an empty list. This assign thing adds a variable to the list of values that we have assigned. So, for example, when we load the posts, we assign posts to be the list of the microblog posts. Nice and simple. So we essentially prepend it, and then we make sure there's only uniques, and then we say new show full posts. So this won't actually do anything at the moment, though. If I click this, nothing happens, and that's because we're not doing any if statements. So what we actually want to do is if enum.member of show full posts post.id do otherwise. Oh, no, that should be an else, not an end. Well done, Tigan. I think it was post full I'd called it. Let's find out. Okay, I did not call it post full. Let's double check. Post complete. There we go. Oh, dear. Post is not found in that. Why is that? How's post not found in that? Oh, at post is not found. So here's the difference. So if it's an at symbol, then it is an assigned value from the socket itself. Here we are assigning a local variable, sort of like doing var post equals. So that's why if I have an at symbol there, it's saying it must be the assigned one. I actually need the local variable. Brilliant. Oh dear, now that's interesting. Oh, I know why. I did this round the wrong way because I'm a muppet. So we swap those around. Brilliant. So if I now do show full contents, boom! Boom! Fantastic. So, I mean, the other thing, obviously, now is we want to hide full contents. Oops. So now we do hide full. And that will be... Oh, we don't need an if statement because it will always be present. Because this is a complete one, so we're always going to be showing it. And all we need to do here is add in a new event handler for hide full. What that's going to do is new show full posts. No, lists.delete is the best way of doing this. And we'll do that. And then post ID. We don't need to do enum.unique because we're deleting one. So now what's going to happen is... Boop. Boop. All right. Now, what's happening? We're not. You may have noticed that we're not actually writing any JavaScript, but it's updating the page for us. That is LiveView. When you update what the render would be, it does it pushes the update for you. So what we can do is we can go to network, we can reload the page, and we can see there is that a WebSocket? No headers. Response might be that. Not sure. Let's find out. Nope, it's not that one. Is it? This one. That one. Oops. No, didn't want that. Huh. That's the original message that comes through. Not that one. There we are. So, basically, when you hit F12 and you bring up your WebSocket inspector, you will have a list of messages. And we can see what's coming through and what it's updating. I don't think the Chinese are the ones locking us up. You never know. Not showing anything, though. Does LiveView think it's different? No, so LiveView is an actual Phoenix main thing. If you go to, where has it gone now? phoenixframework.org, on the front page there is a LiveView tutorial showing you how to make a really basic Twitter. And the key part is that by using message passing in Elixir, you can pass messages between live views. So what you're going to see later, which is what I will show you, is how we're going to have an admin section, and when a new post gets made, it updates everybody else who's already looking at it. Hot swapping code is separate to LiveView. So hot swapping code is where you reload the actual running code itself, and that applies to any Elixir code. You just need to reload the module itself. I believe there was actually a hack 10 to 15 years ago of T-Mobile, where one of the things they did was they hot loaded in new modules to the telephony service because they were using Erlang, which is what Elixir is built on, and essentially it does the same thing because they work the same way. Elixir compiles down to the Beam bytecode, which is what Erlang does as well. And there's a lot of interop between the two as well. In fact, we're using several Erlang-specific libraries in this project, Ranch being the main one. So the key part is we can now show and hide contents. Fantastic! Right, we've got our main thing there. I mean, the next thing we want though is we want to have an index page for the admin. So index.ex. Not ex dot, that's a terrible idea, that's all wrong. And then we do index.html.heeks, brilliant. And we're going to add it to our router. So we can have a different live session for this one, microblog.admin, and that's going to have to be ensure authenticated. And that will be admin_live.index, and it will specifically be on the admin root. So if we do /admin, oh dear, it's just not working. Oh dear. Yes, because the module that it's looking for is not added yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy paste that, and we're going to admin. In fact, you know what we're going to do? We're going to remove the fake data from the main one and put it in the admin one, because it's like an admin thing anyway. So admin goes here, and it's going to be, instead of blog live, we're going to call it admin live. All right. And so our admin Heeks is there. In fact, we now have an empty page. Fantastic! It's just worked. I mean, is it worked? It's not really shown us anything. So, what do we need to have on the admin page? We need to have a way of making a new post. I need to have a sip. That's better. A decaf mocha. So, we need to have a way of making a new admin post, and I'm trying to remember exactly how to do this in LiveView. We need to do a form and a change set. It looks resolved now. Oh, that's fantastic. Unfortunately, I'm not going to load up Discord while here because I think it'll open up on this monitor and I don't want to accidentally reveal something super duper secret. OPSEC is very important. Now, how is it I've used LiveView with a form in the past? Where have I done it? I'm trying to remember where I've done a LiveView one like this in the past. We've got account, admin, has chat and test page, admin dashboard, battles, clients, communication, components, moderation. Don't accidentally reveal that. It's all, yeah, if in doubt, it's a DNS issue. That is completely correct. Queues. Yeah, I might be able to do it on the queues. Admin view, edit. Nope, that's a dead view. That doesn't matter. Show, yeah, it's not actually got a form. Well, today, it's a school day. Fantastic. Whoops, didn't mean to close that. So, how on earth do we do it as a form? I could remember now. Actually, do I do .form? There we go. Simple form. Oh, fantastic. There's a component that comes with Phoenix LiveView for us already. Okay, so what we're going to do is, to start with, we're just going to assume that people want to have a form and run it on that. So, let's have a look here. Oh, what I could do, I could be... Yeah, you know what, actually? Here's one I made earlier. So, a while ago, I had a go at making a PHP BB forum sort of thing, using LiveView, just to see how it would work, try out the latest version of LiveView with components and stuff. I used all the generators for that, so you'll see the structure is a little bit different. One of the key things it does is it has a form component somewhere. So forum live, topic live, it's on the board admin, category. Where's the actual forms gone? Form component. So they have a whole component for their forms. Let's try doing that. So what we're going to have is admin components.ex. So these will be specific for the admin stuff. We definitely don't need that here. In fact, we probably don't need most of this. So let's just get rid of that. It'll be microblog admin components. Don't need that at the moment either. So the form component will be, oh, they've done it slightly differently. So what they've done is they've actually got a specific component that you would import on its own. So what I've been doing here is I've been having a file that has multiple components. This is having an actual component with behavior baked in. So yeah, what we're going to do is we're just going to pop it there, delete that, and it will not be Apollo Web, it'll be Thai server web. But I think I need to do central web component. Let me double check what I did for this one. Yes, central web. Cool, I'll keep that in mind. And we don't need thaiserverweb.board, it'll be thaiserver.microblog.post is what we're going to need there. So, board, everything that is board, we do post. Okie dokie, so let's see how we'd use this. So form component is done there, and where's form component used elsewhere? It is used, not there, handle info, where's an actual Heeks one? Is it imported in the Heeks anywhere? There we are. So here's how they've used it as a live component rather than just a component. So the key part is that a live component has its own state. The rest of these components don't have state. They just get updated. They get told they got new output. Brilliant. Happy days. A live component can receive information and do things like a mini LiveView page in a LiveView page. Also, for those of you who know what you're talking about with LiveView and stuff, you'll be well aware I am not an expert on this in any way, shape or form. So please do not look at this and go, wow, that's exactly how I do this. Like, no, that's not the case at all. It won't be forum live, it'll be microblog as well. It shouldn't be form component, it should be post.form component, really. No, let's call it post form because we have the tags as well. Okay, so the post itself will be thaiserver.microblog.post, and it will patch to microblog admin post. Oh, actually, what was that? It was topic ID. Okay. Let's just do it to admin for now. We will have the poster ID and that. Okay, what we should be getting now is a whole bunch of errors. Yeah, fantastic! No clause matching update. That's interesting. Why is that? Forum. Yeah, because we're not updating a forum, that's why. We're updating a post. So, let's have a look here. List categories is undefined. Why are we listing categories? Okay, so we needed to use categories as part of making the post. Well, actually, we're going to need to do that with tags. So what we're going to do is we're going to alias microblog as well. And we're going to say microblog.list tags. And we're going to order them by name. And we're going to have a whole tag. We don't need to do anything like that. Post, change post. Categories is now tags in every single situation. That's what happens now. Change post is undefined. Why would change post be a thing there? It should be microblog.changePost. So as I said, I've changed the way that certain things work. Title not found. Really? Title's not found in that? Posts have a title. I'm surprised at that. Again, I'm expecting this to keep going wrong because I've literally copied and pasted something from somewhere else. So I'm in no way, shape or form surprised that this has gone horribly wrong. Well, we don't need the index of the blog anymore. Right, where is the issue? Post form component? The issue is in the post form component 12. Oh, title hasn't been passed in. Why would I pass title in, I wonder? Oh, no, I know why. So, title, I think, goes like this. We're fixing it live. We are, however, it's local, so it's not live. New post form. Let's see what happens now. Oh, enumerable, not implemented by microblog tag. Okay, so what's happened here? I've copied and pasted a whole bunch of stuff that works on certain assumptions. Specifically, what was categories and is now tags works on assuming it's an enumerable and you select from a drop-down list. Well, we'll make it a drop-down list for now. So tag, and we'll just do tag.name and tag.id. But later on, we'll want to show the tags as what they are. There we are. So we've got category, development, mapping, and server, name, and description. Fantastic. Those are the wrong components, and we'll be changing them momentarily. So we have a button, and that will be class equals button primary. There we are. So that changes to blue. Again, everything live reloads. Name is no longer the thing. It's now title. And it will be type text, category ID. In fact, all categories now tags. Label is tags. We need to select multiple, but for now, we'll just select one. That's fine. Or actually, how do I select multiple with Phoenix LiveView? That's a good question. It is live, but not live on the server live. Note, localhost 4000, not Thai server. Oh, we have a cat just wandered into the room, but I don't think he'd be on camera yet, so I won't turn my camera on yet. Yeah, I've got like as little delay as possible. I've got a pretty good internet connection, so that might have a bearing on the matter. Oh, we have a Nacho on the camera. Let's see where the camera's pointed. I didn't actually check this out, so this could be really good or really bad. Right. Oh, you can sort of see Nacho. If we just move the camera a bit. No, other way. That's my hand. There we are. We have Nacho! Yes, but I will remove my face because, quite frankly, for the most part, I don't think it's going to be that interesting to watch. Right. Yeah, no, I've seen some people stream to YouTube, and it's hit and miss is what I found. I found Twitch to be better for the live streaming part, but YouTube to be really good for the archival part. Why not just merge the two? I've also seen people stream to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time, which has all manner of problems because you have two streams of chat and you cannot watch both. So the key part here is we've got our form, we've got 3 items in it. I think text area is the type I want for that. Fantastic. And that is not description, that is content. That's title up there, so that's fine. and then we'll have to add a class to each of these. Form control, I suspect. Form control? I don't know. Yeah, it is form control. Why has that not done it then? There's a class. Oh, we're adding a whole bunch of other classes based on Tailwind. Do we have text area anywhere for this? Text area, right. We do not need any of those things there. We don't need any of these classes whatsoever. So let's get rid of those because they are Tailwind specific and we don't care about that. Now we're going to leave these ones in because they are doing things based on actions and we might want to change those later. Why is it not adding in any extra classes then? That's interesting. Does it have extra class anywhere here? Name, value, attribute, label, inner block, rest. That's rubbish. What happens if I want other things? Well, might be looking at that later. Might not. We'll see. Either way, we have our description. It goes there. Rows equals 3. There, that's better. And yeah, the way that's done, I don't like at all. Text area. I want it on a new line. There we are. Yeah, so one of the things I dislike about the components is that if you're not using it, if they don't work the way that you want them to, it doesn't work very nicely. So there's a little bit of jiggery-pokery and doing your own thing. Now, what I am thinking is I am using forms elsewhere. That's the core components one. Here's one I did earlier. This one might be better, actually. Rather than doing a simple form, let's see what happens if we have an actual form alongside it and how well that works. So that goes there. We have a nice error because we've done something else. So form goes there. 19, the config. Huh, it's weird. Why is that like that? Oh, I know why, because it's from the config part. Go type in. Okay, so that's going to show things properly now. So what we want to have is we're going to have the first input will be title. We can do field equals form title. That makes sense. Text and label is title. What if I don't want to have a custom label? Oh, that's good. I can now put my own one. Title, and there we go. What's that for? That is ID is post title. Cool. So post title goes there. We have a bit of a gap there for some reason. Why is that? Core components, text area. So standard one. Where's the label going? Yeah, Jazz Cache I think might do some live coding at some stage. You never know. I don't know why we have an extra line there or there's a bit of a gap, but at the moment, not a big deal. So we're going to do another label here for tags. And then we will also have content here. You know what? Content should come after tags because otherwise people will write the title, the content, and they'll forget the tags. So let's do that. And that will be type of text area, content, post content. There we are. So the simple form adds in a bunch of extra stuff like having a button that submits it and all that sort of stuff. I don't really want that at the moment. I will be adding in some of these things myself though. So Phoenix change will do nothing yet. I don't want Phoenix change to do anything. Submit though will be save. Oh, actually Phoenix change of validate does make sense. So what will happen is it will validate it to make sure that what you've put in it is legal or as required. So that goes there. And right, the options will be tags. Like that. The value is going to be who knows what. Name is tags. Post tags. It's select. We don't want you anymore, I think. Phoenix target is myself. That might be relevant, actually. Again, I'm not an expert on LiveView. It's very much something I'm still learning, and I'm not using enough of yet. But it does some really cool stuff. So we can get rid of our old simple form. We don't need that anymore. And we are now going to say, right, do any of these have a text area of our own? I thought one of them did. Text input. That's text input. Text input. I thought I had a text area one. I don't. That's annoying. So content will be there. Okay, we'll just do it like this. I think that might be a good way of doing it. Yeah, rows equals 3. We don't care about cols because it's full width. Name will be... There's no way to throw dollars at me anyway. Not that I'm aware of anyway. No, chat doesn't come up on the screen. I am not a professional streamer. If you're a professional streamer, go check out like Requiem, Dolphy, someone else like that. That's all you need to do. I am not a professional streamer at all. I may never ever do this ever again. I've had more of a turnout than I expected, and I'm overjoyed by that, so that does increase the chances. But we'll see, time allowing as well. Because obviously it's a Friday, weekday. Okay, so what if you buy me a beer? I don't drink beer. So, also, hi Marek. Marek, you've typed your password into your name field again. You need to stop this. You'll find my PayPal. I don't know that I have PayPal. I occasionally get emails from them saying, we've updated our terms and conditions. It's like, brilliant. No, do not deliver me a pizza. One, that'd be a little bit creepy for you to find my address. 2, I am on a diet and I had a Burger King last night, so I'm not allowed a pizza today. The missus does not want me dying early. Or too early. I mean, she's got life insurance, but, still suspect. Anyway, so this would be post... Actually, what names have the others got? So the name is just tags. So the name here will be content. And the id will then be post content. Yep, post content. And we don't want that like that. Oh, actually, we do want... I feel like I'm doing something really stupid here. So what I'm going to do is... I'm going to put the old one into a comment like that and see... Oh, dear, that's not good. X, there we go. And just see what happens. I am a big fan of Pepsi. Pepsi Max is also good. The cherry or raspberry one's my favourite. I'm at the moment drinking a decaf mocha. I had a caffeinated mocha earlier today. I do not need another one. I'm not working today. I start a new job fairly soon, though. And that's why I'm wondering if maybe in the future I won't be streaming quite so much. If at all. We'll see. I also have a like insulated bottle of water. And for those wondering, Nacho has vanished. He does not care about my stream at all. New job is exciting. Fun fact, they looked at my open source code and were like, wow, this guy's good. We don't need to do a tech test, which I was thrilled by. Simultaneously, someone else, they looked at my source code and went, brilliant, you can do 2 tech tests, and we're going to ask you a whole bunch of questions about middleware servers. It's like, dude, I do middleware servers. I have evidence of me doing middleware servers. So, in a middleware server, how would you do X? Yeah, that did not curry favour for them at all. Okie dokie. So, we've got our stuff there. We need to add in a button still. How did I do buttons on these? Where's the save button gone? Oh no, that's for the that config one. That saves it as it is. Submit. There we go. There's the submit button. Am I going to be in an OTT over the top? I don't know what OTT stands for in this context. I feel like I should know. This wasn't even a recruiter. This was the company themselves. Like, lovely company. I'm not going to name them or anything. But it just felt weird that they had such a formal process they were following that they didn't go, this guy literally makes what we want him to make already. We can just ask him questions about that. No, it's not Fang at all. Not that at all. No, I'm nowhere near smart enough to work for one of the big boys. I'm not going to name my new employer yet either. Anyway, so what we're going to have here is we're going to have post. There we are. And nice big button. I'm sure I'm not going to be, I'm sure that I'm not working for one of them, yes. Autofocus equals autofocus. So in theory, there we are, it selects the title automatically. No, I am not too good for them at all. I am nowhere near smart enough. I've seen what some of the coding challenges for those look like, and I would fail them. I did have an interview a while back where they asked me some database questions, and I revealed how I'm not as good at databases as I thought I might be. Like, I can design them and stuff just fine, but the actual interview, they were like, how'd you do this? I'm like, I don't know. And they're like, literally, the having keyword. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that like from a decade ago. Haven't used it since. Hence the reason, didn't remember. I don't know if I'd even get selected for an interview, especially as they're not hiring so much at the moment. Anyway, the key part is that we now have our form. So, in theory, this is going to break horribly as soon as I do stuff. So, what's happening here if I load this up? No errors. That's a good sign. So, we have development as a tag, content here. Right, this may or may not work. It did not work. We have an error. Brilliant. So what? Wait, binaries in Google Docs. That's terrible. I think having binary search in Google Docs is a terrible idea. At least use a code editor. I would never use Google Docs for coding. That's like as bad as Microsoft Word for coding. If I applied for a company and they told me to do coding in Google Docs, I would be seriously concerned as to the competency of that company. So yeah. Right, so what's happening here is when we do different things are happening here. It's sending events, and we've ignored most of them. So at the moment, we have the validate one. All that does is it gets the data, it checks to make sure that we can do it, and then it tries to put an action in. Hello, Kiwi Rock 23. If you have more questions about bar, feel free to ask them. I suspect, if you're brand new to bar, that the chat can answer the majority of them, but if not, I will happily do my best. This part here does save, and it tries to post it. So where are we doing this get next ordering? So this part here, we are getting the next ordering, because where I copied this program from was from a board. And one of the things it would do, I'll explain that in a second, Geeking Frog. One of the things it would do is it would get the order of things. So it'd always add it after all the other things, but I'd want to be able to query them easily. So for a small cost of a query, when you create the object, you now have the actual ordering done for you. We don't need that here, so we can go away. So what it was doing is it was grab the data, add it to the params in there. Now we do need to tweak the params slightly. The poster ID needs to be socket.assigns.current_user.id, which will be me in this case. So we'll do that. Notify parent tells the parent that it's done. So that's cool there. And so the impl part, what that is, that's to do with something called behaviors. And so behaviors in Elixir are essentially a way of making sure that if you implement a behavior, you implement certain functions. I actually only used it properly for the first time the other day, and that was for a lobby command. It was the balance command? No, explain command. So what we've got is lobby command behavior, which is a nice simple example. So the idea is if I want to add more commands to the lobby, I would make them implement this behavior, and it will then tell me if they don't have the functions. And it has two functions, name and execute. I feel like there's might be some stuff I'm missing on that, because it seems overly simple. It's just like a compile time check. But yeah, Thai server is running on Elixir and Phoenix, and in particular at the moment, LiveView, which is sort of like a component of Phoenix. We're using Ranch for the TCP server side, though. If we go to mix.exs, you can see a bunch of the libraries we import here. These are the ones you would get with almost any Phoenix project, and then we add a few extra ones here. So we've got things like our password encryption, all that sort of stuff, which makes them secure. Much more secure than the previous server we used to use. Oh, that was one of the first things I changed. Right. Elixir is a really cool language, I think. Anyway, so that's the explain command. That's how impl works. Feel free to ask follow-up questions on any of those things. Right, so the key part is this might now work, actually. Let's try it again. So, my new post, development's fine, content here. I can't spell properly, don't care. Another error, that's good. Current user not found. Ooh, Ooh, that's interesting. Why is that? Oh, I know why. Current user. So the way this works is our index is the page that we are on. And we are then saying, within the index, put in a form. And at the moment, the only thing we're putting in is the form. So it looks like the form is the page. That's not the case. The form is part of the page. And so what we're doing is the form only sees what we tell it about. And unsurprisingly, oh, actually, we don't need current user. Let's go with current user instead of poster ID, because we might want to use current user for other things later. Basically, it only sees what we tell it to see. So, for example, if we had the make a new post form on the list of posts, we don't want to send the entire list of posts to the form, because it doesn't care about them. We would list the posts, and then in a separate component, have the form. So it only sees what we want it to see. So let's see if this works now. My new post, and content. Here, that's content here, I don't care. Another error. Create post is undefined. Oh, okay, why is create post undefined? Oh, because I've done post.createPost. So again, the way that it works is I've tweaked some of the things slightly. Okay, so post.update post to be wrong. Any other post dot things? No, okay. Let's try again. My new post, content here, spelled it correctly this time, check it out, and nothing happened. Brilliant. Okay, we've not had a new post appear. What's gone wrong? Content has vanished, so that's an interesting one. Well, so what we do now is we go here, we say, what's going on with the post form component? On submit, it's save, and save goes there. Post, yeah, it should be post in theory. What's going on? What is going on here? Well, if in doubt, put some logs in. No, that's save post new. Basically, let's make sure we know what code's actually being executed. That's the first thing to do here. Where's the code? There is a DB involved, yes. So basically, we have an ORM called Ecto, and that is, so basically, microblog itself, the module, has a bunch of functions which then point to things like postlib, which will do, it'll make a change set, and then, where's it gone? Create post here. Post runs through the change set, puts the attributes in it, and then inserts it into the database. The way that works is the repo.insert knows to ignore it if there is a bad, what the heck was that? I pasted some stuff by mistake. It knows to ignore it if the change set is invalid. So let's try this again. My new post, content here, and okay, lots of validate events. That's fine. That's because as the form changes, it sends the validate event. So it'll change it. We might need to have like a debounce on some of the parts. That's fine. We can do that. Save event. Do save post new. Okay, so the save event happens as expected. That's good. Validate event happens a boatload of times. So we'll tweak that slightly, I suspect. Edit is not happening at the moment. Do save post new. Okay, what is going on here? Or I reckon there is a problem with the change set, and for some reason it's not updating us properly. Contents can't be blank. Oh, brilliant. Okay, so it thinks that the contents are blank. Okay, we can solve that. What does it think comes through? It thinks that the details are poster ID and title. It doesn't. Okay, it's not seeing here. So maybe that needs to be post content like that. Contents can't be blank. Oh, that's because it's called content, not contents. Easy fix. Oh, wait. Hang on. Oh, okay, it is called post contents. Fantastic. Not using echo or printf as io.inspect. So io is in input output. Because it's a very functional language, we don't have print in quite the same way. Okay, we now have a different error. Fantastic! Okay, admin index live handle params is undefined or private. Ooh, okay. What's that? Well, we don't need show full and hide full yet. So let's just comment those out. And we don't need list posts right now, but we'll be having that in later. Why do I need handle params? Let's have a look what the Apollo one had. So this, we were using the form component and then index. And handle params like that. Let's just copy that for now. See what goes wrong here. We don't need to do an apply action, I think. Or do we? Let's just do that and see what happens. Let's edit. So that's the editing post. So what we do is microblog, get post, tags go there. You know what, screw it, let's just say we don't need to care about the tags for now, and we'll find out what happens. And then forum is also called post. Oh, I don't code angry, that is indeed a terrible idea. Okay, if we reload the page, oh, okay. Can I construct post, make sure post is imported. That's cool, we can do that. Compile error now, list posts is not defined. Why would I list posts in the admin page? It's a terrible idea, Tyvian. Don't do that. Okay. That said, my new post has appeared. Alright, check it out. Phone's beeping. Ooh, fun fact. Trained on another level is the latest Factorio post. I'm looking forward to reading that later. Anyway, back to this. Okay, so we know that the post is saving. That's really good. Now we just need to make it so that when we type stuff in, what happens now? Forum created successfully. It doesn't send us anywhere. So presumably what we want to do is update the admin page, send them somewhere else. Like, people should only really be making one post every now and again. You shouldn't be like spamming out several posts at once. So we don't need to keep them on the admin section in theory. So I think forwarding them is actually a really good idea. What does this do? Handle info saved. Ah, there we go. Let's do that. Now, what I've been looking at is handle event. Handle event is a message specifically from the front end where someone's clicked something, it's gone to the live view process, and it now does something. Handle info is a generic any message. It won't handle events through that. They won't collide, don't worry. So handle info, we're going to have our handle info thing there. We don't need to do a stream insert. We're just going to return the socket for now. And it will be a post, and it will be from a post form component. And what we want to do is we do that. We do redirect to. So we've got the P sigil this time, and that is for verified root. I don't know why it's a P. And so what we're going to do is we're going to send you to the microblog. And we are going to do, where's the put, I wonder if the put flash stays up. We'll find out in a moment. But what we'll do there is, not that flash by the way, not the flash that's viewing this, the different flash. So let's see what happens now if I make a new post. I mean, that errors. So the contents don't have the thing there, that's a great start. Brilliant, it sends us back here, that's really good. So this is now working. Yeah, I'm sorry Flash, it's not the same. I assume P is path, or like verified path, but they're always referred to as verified routes. For example, sent web. The verified routes thing, that's what it is, or static, no, not static paths, so it is the actual verified routes, and that's why the P part is weird. I suspect R is for regex. V just sort of doesn't seem right. So yeah, P for path makes perfect sense now I think about it more. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to, on the index here, have a link to the admin section. So if, no, we're going to do div, nope, we're going to do a, not value, yes, ahref equals verified root, microblog / admin, class equals button, button primary, button small, boop, admin button appears up there. Again, we'll tidy it up later, but one of the key things we're going to do is we're going to make sure that not anybody sees the button. We're obviously going to have defense in depth. When you try to access the admin page, it's going to make sure you're allowed to. But for now, we only want to show the button. If allow current user contributor. There we are. So if I try to access this as someone who's not a contributor, it won't show the admin page. Cool. And if I click that, it takes me to the admin page. Woohoo! How would preview and editing look? Would preview change have to be routed by a server? At the moment, there is no preview and editing. If we were to use LiveView, they would indeed be routed by the server. In fact, you know what? That's a really good idea. Let's make a preview and editing thing. I like that idea a lot. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do div class equals row. And then we're going to do class equals col. Column in there. Get the live component of the form in there. And then, so that'll be on the left, and then on the right we'll have the preview. Thank you for the idea. I hadn't even thought of that. That's a really nice idea. Cool, that works roughly as expected. And now what we're going to do is do a post complete. It goes there, and that will be for post. Id not found. Fantastic. Okay, so post preview this will be. Microblog components. So post complete. So basically what post complete is going to do, or post preview, is we're going to assume that there's some things might be missing. Preview. So what we're going to do is map.get post tags empty list, and then so tag will go there. In fact, actually the tags won't be able to be displayed at all because we won't have tags until afterwards, maybe. Let's do that for now. Map.get post title empty string, and what we're going to do here is we'll never ever have the post inserted at. So what we're going to do is we're going to do timex.now. Now what I'm wondering is I think this will update anytime something else updates. It will refresh the insertion time. So we'll have a look at that in a moment actually, because I don't know exactly how that's going to work. And then contents again will be an empty string. We do not need to show the full post summary. Expecting id. Where's the id going to be? Don't need that. Is post preview? Where's post id gone then? 87 here. That's interesting. Why is it expecting id? Expecting map. Oh, expecting map got nil. Oh, okay. In that case, let's do that. So every time we're getting nil. There we are. Boom. Your screen's right. Yes, it is very wide. 3044. Sorry, 3440 by 1440. I really like it. I have two of them. And I run them off a 3060 Ti. Woo! But a 5950X. I do want to get a new graphics card. One of the rules I have whenever I start a new job is that your first paycheck, you treat yourself with something. Nothing crazy, but treat yourself with something. And I feel like a brand new computer might be a little bit out of reach, but what I want to do is buy a new graphics card and then later on upgrade the computer in full. Because my missus has my old computer, which is like an i7 4790K, and it's like 8 years old at this stage, so it's probably going to fail in some way, and that might be bad. A 1490 might be beyond what I can manage. I'm going to see what happens to the prices and maybe the next gen of cards. because I suspect they'll be coming out in a few months. Yes, Linux Mint specifically. Linux Mint with a KDE Plasma here. I like the KDE Plasma, but I'm not that fussed about it. So if I got a new computer or reformatted this one, I probably wouldn't go for KDE Plasma again. I just use standard Linux Mint Cinnamon. I'm nowhere near good enough to win tournaments. If you've ever seen me play in a public game, I get carried hard and somehow have the highest rating. It's quite disappointing as a developer. Maybe I just farm newer players. Anyway, so we've got the key stuff here. That's what we're putting there. Right, so what happens if I now do title? Okay, we're not updating the post itself. That's fine. Let's see what we can do on that. How would I do live preview? So that would be on validate, presumably you'd want to do something. So where's the notify parent part? So what we're going to do is we're going to use this notify parent. What notify parent allows you to do is to send messages to the parent live view. So this admin page that we're on at the moment, I'm pointing at the screen, you can't see it. The live view page we're on at the moment is the parent of the form component, and it is the parent of the preview component. They're both children of it, in this little triangle. I've not used i3 before, no. I had a look at it, and I looked at tmux. Wasn't for me. I'm too much of a basic person for that. Anyway, so the validate part is here, and notify parent, updated post, and change that. So what we're going to do is we're going to tweak the preview slightly. So on render, no, not on render, we're going to do that. Where's the part here? Save post, assign form. Let's see what happens. Now what should happen is we do this and we get an error. There we go, got an error. Brilliant. And the reason we got the error is that we aren't expecting to get that message through. That's fine. I was expecting that to happen. Similar to when we did this. So, because we got saved post, but we don't have updated change set. Okay, so the first thing to do is what comes through when we do post here. We don't want to do any Flash stuff. Sorry, Flash. Right, we're getting a bunch of change. We're getting change set through here. Okay, so what happens if we do that and then I type there? Okay, both coming through like that, so that's good. So what we can do now is we can say post equal. No, we actually no. Yeah, post is going to be changes post, assign post to post. And what we're going to do here is we're going to assign post to be an empty map, so we don't need those if, the nil handler parts there, the default to thing there. Okay, let's see what happens now. Oh, we have an error now. Fantastic. Microblog components, line 87. Oh, it thinks it's nil still. Okay, what's going on here? Post is post, index, post, post nil. Ah, there's the problem. That'll be an empty map, that will be an empty map, and that'll be a non-empty map. Brilliant, so... it updates the title! It updates that! Woo! You do Flash. You do indeed do Flash stuff. You are a legend. So the key part is, it's now showing what it will look like. I mean, it's not much of a render because we're going to be keeping it really simple, but I like that to start with. So the next question is, what happens when we change the tag? Okay, well, nothing's happening there. That's interesting. Right. Microblog components, post preview. Right, what are we getting through on the assigns? So if I change mapping, we get tags aren't assigned. That's interesting. Why is that not assigned? Oh yeah. So we're not actually saving the tags at all at the moment, so that's a bug we'll need to solve. The key part is we now have a preview, so that's really cool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to save my progress, and I'm going to take a short break. So let me just do that. Let's get rid of that. We don't need that. Let's clean up the code first, and then we need our commit. For those who are paying close attention, we are not doing any test-driven development whatsoever. I've never been great at it. I also know that some places really, really like it. Fake data is not used. Admin index doesn't use post. That's fine. All right, those are our warnings. So LiveView does a whole bunch of things. It does batch the updates in some way, I think, and it will also, it does handle laggy connections. However, it's also incredibly lightweight. There's a bunch of talks have been done about it, about how it handles it, and I'd recommend them. Anything by a guy called Chris McCord is really good because he is the guy who created LiveView. So git add dot git commit -m. Added listing posts and rudimentary creation of posts. Git push bar master. Nope, no. Whew. Git push bar feet microblog. That nearly went wrong. I think it wouldn't have let me do it. Feet. So those links I posted earlier in the chat, you can use those to see what's happening and follow along if you wanted. I'm going to take a short break, but I'll be back soon. And I'm back. Right. So to answer the test-driven development questions, given what I'm doing at the moment, it is actually easier for me to test the code by just seeing how it works in the browser. It is actually easier for me to make a change and go, what happens now? With back-end code in particular, tests are really helpful and I fully endorse them. I've even got a full integration suite that I'm working on for TyServer as well. To make sure there's no misunderstanding, I'm not saying test-driven development is a bad idea. I dislike the method of writing your test first for a lot of what I do. Especially for explorative work like this, I don't know exactly what it should end up looking like anyway. Oh, we might have a cat camera in a moment. Okay, so what we do next is we're going to make it so that when you post the new item, it will appear in this. So let's just drag that down, make that go there, make that go there. Cool. So we're going to tweak something slightly. We're going to make it so that once you've made your post, you don't get forwarded back to there. Instead, you'll go back to the admin page. Okay. So what happens now? Post goes back to the admin page. That reloads. That's fine. It doesn't appear down the bottom at the moment until we refresh the page. That's obviously not ideal. So what we're going to do next is we're going to add the use of Phoenix PubSub. And so what we have here is we go there, and we will need to do alias Phoenix dot PubSub like that, and they'll both need to use it. So we're going to add it to both modules. And what PubSub allows us to do is send messages across channels. So we can send them to individual processes if we want, but we're not looking to it here. We're not messaging, oh, specifically that browser window. We want to say, anyone listening for a new post appearing, boom, here's the new post. That's what we want to do. So one of the things that I've done with this is I've been documenting my PubSubs. So we go to docs, we can go PubSubs, and we're going to add a new file here, microblog.md. And the way that I've done it is I've done stuff like this. So we get the same formatting, and this will be microblog posts used to communicate regarding new posts and updates to existing posts. Okay, so nope. There we are. New post has been created. I probably didn't need this comment for this one here, but you know what? Who cares? But post created, past tense, post ID, post goes there, and there will be a post object. And then, shock horror, we're going to have post updated. I'm going to remove the comments for these. I don't need them there. And also post deleted. Oops. We don't need that yet, but it will be useful potentially in the future. So we've documented what our PubSub's going to look like. Now, this is a completely optional thing. It's something that I found really helpful as I get more and more PubSubs to work out, oh yeah, hang on, what format message should I be expecting when this happens? So there's so many moving parts. I found this really helpful. I've been part of a project before where we didn't do this, and it was a nightmare and a half. And so one of the things we did as a team was to go, right, we're going to start documenting the PubSubs and making sure they're consistent. Right, let's have a look here. Actually, is there any way of you seeing how many people are actually watching and stuff? Come on, Twitch. I'm on the Twitch control panel, and I have no idea how to find out how many people are currently viewing. Oh, 17 people! Wow. Thank you, guys. That is about twice as many as I expected at peak, so this is going way better than expected. Anyway, so the key part is we need to do two things. We need to do three things. We need to send to the PubSub, subscribe to the PubSub, and understand handling messages from the PubSub. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to send to it. So we could do it in this admin page, but actually, you know what? That's a bad idea. We don't want to do that. So what we're going to do, we're going to do postlib. We're going to import it here and get post, create post. Create result goes there. And I believe I've used PubSub here as well. Did I do it here? No, I didn't do it there. So I did it on the central one. Yes, I did. What was the pattern I used here? Broadcast create user. That was it. So rather than doing like a result equals this, what we can do is we can use the pipe function, or the pipe operator which is there, and just pass it into the next function along, and then using pattern matching, we can say what to do with it. So the way that pipe works is it takes the result of the previous line and inserts it as the first argument of the next one. So this there would be written in a normal language as that. Yeah, okay, in a language that is not blessed by the pipe operator. How about that? Is that better? So basically, what we do is it makes, especially when you're doing functional programming, it makes the flow so much easier. And when you combine it with pattern matching, it's incredible. So we're going to call, broadcast create post. And we're going to do def p on this. We don't need to export this function. And we're going to pass that there. Why was it done that way? Oh, update versus create. Well, yeah, they're going to be different, so we don't care about that. So, where's the default one? There we are. That's how it was done there. Just want to make sure I did it correctly. I'll explain how this pattern matching is working in a second. I did look at so the company I'm currently working for, or starting work for soon, they do use closure in some places, so I'm looking forward to learning that. That should be quite good. Now, the way pattern matching works is basically when you call a function, it says, does it match this pattern? If so, execute this. If not, try the next one. It's essentially a really cool way of doing a case statement, or a bunch of if statements if you're from Python, because they don't have case statements. But it's much better than that, because what I can do is I can say, we have here the atom OK, which is sort of like a constant string, if you will. It's a bit more than that. I will not be developing Skylobby. I am nowhere going to be near good enough for closure for developing anything in the near future. Plus, I am very busy with a server. And then we can say, and then there must be a map, and we can say the map must have a key of A, and the key must equal 1. Or it can equal anything. We can do a lot of conditional logic with pattern matching. It is incredibly powerful. And the worst part about learning pattern matching is you then really miss it in every language that doesn't have it. Most, if not all, functional languages have some form of pattern matching. Haskell, Elixir, Erlang, Clojure, I believe. I can't imagine it wouldn't. But yeah, pattern matching, really powerful. In this case, what we're going to say is specifically, it should be a post that we get. And that will, there. So what we're saying is we're matching on a tuple, which is a pair tuple in this case, of an atom of OK, and a variable we're assigning to post, but that must be a type of post. And the reason, we don't care about the reason. Oh, I know why. Yeah, I was doing a generic account hooks thing. Values, make it a little bit more. Yes, I'm not surprised that Rust has it. I looked at learning Rust a while ago with some friends, but it just sort of never went anywhere. Fun fact, the company I'm working for, they also have Rust. Right, oh, that's the doorbell. One moment. Sorry about that. I believe, speaking of new employers, the MacBook that they've ordered me just arrived, so that was fun. Right. Clojure and Rust. They are. When I start there, I'll find out what they're hiring for exactly. I don't know if I was like the first of many or just one person they were hiring, though. Yeah, a lot of people do use Rust, but not that many people, unfortunately. I'm so out of breath. Why am I so unfit? Anyway, so the key part here is we are broadcasting the creation of a post, and if it doesn't match on that, it'll match on this, and just pass this on. So the idea is we will only broadcast that we've created a post if the creation is successful. If not, we don't care. We don't do anything. So, and here, sorry, I'm so out of breath. Standing desk, not helping right now. Yeah, I think that I remember Facebook using Erlang for quite some time for their messenger, and then they looked at using Haskell for some of the spam stuff because of the DSLs they could do. Python's got match as well. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. I know I'm fine, but I'm always in a rush. I can't go slowly. I'm rubbish at this. That said, I might be able to move a cat tree. Bear with me a minute. Right, let's see if we can get this working properly. Goes there. Pop the video on. It's Pickle! There we are. So for a period, we will have Pickle on the camera. Let me know if the camera is too focused on me and we need more Pickle. That's not a problem. I don't know how to do the zoom properly on this yet, but I'm learning. Heck, the fact I even have my webcam in the video is a big step for me. Yeah, Python has a bunch of gotchas, but very powerful language. Okay, so what happens is, if we pass through a successfully created post, we will then broadcast it. So, to go back to here, it is the microblog posts is where it's going, and we will be sending like that, channel equals this. So, the problem is that when you receive a message, you can't always tell who it's from. So I put the channel in the block itself, and I think several other Phoenix things do this as well, so I'm in good company in that regard. And then the event is post created, and the object is the post. So that's good. So the idea is that you can multiplex a lot of events through one channel, as long as you contain the information relevant to what the events are. You can actually obviously multiplex multiple channels into one object. So we're going to be broadcasting a creation of a post there. And you know what would be a really good idea? If I could spell broadcast correctly. That's actually a typo in a number of places. Okay, no, it's just a typo here. I more than up it, that's fine. If nothing matches, it goes to this bit here. If you don't have a match for it at all, it will error, which is what we had earlier when we had the event come through when you clicked a button or you clicked the link and we weren't handling it. It will error. Now on a live view, it just reconnects. On a process, it turns the process off and on again, which is what a live view is. So with your, let's say that you, I don't know, you sent a chat message with Chobby, and for some reason it didn't handle it correctly, your Chobby will disconnect because the process that you have that's handling that connection is what's handling the execution of that message, and that's bad. So the things that I'm looking to do to move away from that, Marek actually the other day suggested having the ability for client state to persist on the server even after someone is disconnected, obviously flagging them as disconnected. So when they reconnect, it can sort out their state correctly. There's a little bit more to do than just putting it somewhere else, but no, really nice idea, and I've put the first steps there. So we've got the broadcast create post. The next part, broadcast update post. So very similar principle. Broadcast update post, updated. Again, we've not put any functionality for editing in yet, but we might want to in the near future. And then broadcasting deletion of posts. Broadcast delete post. And what we're going to do here is the deletion of the post has a slight difference. It just has the ID of the post. I think a deletion does that. You know what? Let's find out. Post equals microblog dot get post 1. Cool. And then, actually no, that might not work. Let's do 5, because it'll have some database links, and we don't have to delete those at the moment. Microblog dot delete post. yep, we get back an OK and the object itself, so that's fine. So that is working the way we expected it to. If I was a smart man, I would put type specs here, and I also need to change these all to be def p as well, because otherwise they won't match properly, because it'd be like, you've got two different function definitions, that's not right. So now, when a post is created, updated, or deleted, a pub sub message goes out on microblog posts, and will be able to be viewed by, or handled by or consumed by any process listening. So now we go, that's the admin one. That is the post lib, that's microblog lib. No, we'll keep that open for now. Pub sub. Okay, so the two parts we need to do next. So we need to subscribe this live view to the pub subs, the correct pub sub part. So, okay, equals, pub sub dot subscribe. And to make sure I do it correctly, I'm just going to copy paste some code from elsewhere. I'm pretty sure it's that simple. Yeah, it's that simple. Cool. Fantastic. So we just need to do microblog posts, and that will appear there. So now what's going to happen is, if I do that, I'll tell you what, if I just move that over, that's easier. So what should happen is I'm going to do some stuff on here. I'm going to submit a new post, and it should error. It didn't error. Why not? That's not right. That should be erroring. Index live. There's no handle info at all. Is it even sending the message out? Yes, that is a pattern matching. So that's by, rather than using a variable, we're using a specific value, and it works exactly as you'd expect it to. It says no match. Note how it didn't say didn't equals, it said no match. I hope that answers that question. Oh, hang on. There we are. I did not think of that. But yeah, that's how that'll work. 1 second. Pickle. Pickle. He can't hear me, he's deaf, but he is very cute. And recently he transitioned. He's now a lap cat, which is really nice and very cute. Obviously it doesn't work with a standing desk so well. Okay, so why is this not working? If we update, yep, it's gone into the database. So why wasn't it broadcast? Obviously, because it's not getting a post. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do io.inspect. And we're going to pipe it, so basically it just prints it out, and io.inspect returns the value it's printing. So you can just slap it in the middle of something, and it's like, yep, we're good to go. So we're going to reload that, because if we edit the LiveView page, or the HTML for the LiveView page, it will reload it, the whole program automatically. If you do it with a backend library, it will only do it when you reload a page. Small little gotcha there. You can change the way that works if you want to. Post, okay, Thai server microblog post. It's right there. That is a microblog post. So what's going on? So we're inspecting it. Broadcast create post. And it is okay microblog post. Okay, so the next thing we do is we go, okay, obviously this is the one that's matching here. And we're going to just print out what the value is. So it might be a case of that for some reason me doing post like that isn't working, but it should be fine because that is thaiserver.microblog.post. So I can't see why that's not going to work. But we'll find out in a moment. Wait, that didn't have a bad match. That didn't have the backup match. Is it broadcasting this whole time? Yeah, it does broadcast it. Okay, so good news, it is broadcasting it. Bad news, we're not listening to the broadcast correctly. What have I done wrong? Because it's obviously me that's done something wrong here. Right, let's see. So we're subscribing to microblog posts. Well, okay, so the first thing is where's it sending out on? Is microblog posts, microblog posts, yeah. Okay, the next thing I'm going to try then is the handle info part. Is it the case of that for some reason it is handling info without me knowing? So what should happen now is it'll handle info for a certain type but not others. Yay! Brilliant. So the good news. So what was going wrong is that it was for some reason handling info without me knowing about it, and then just dropping it on the floor. I didn't realize it did that, but that's good. So what we're going to do now is we're going to say if the channel is microblog posts and the event is that we have post created. We don't do anything at the moment, and we're going to want to have one for deleted and then a backup one. So basically, this is where there's any event whatsoever. If we don't explicitly handle something for microblog posts, we ignore it because we're confident that the other ones work fine. And if we extend what goes into microblog posts, we don't want this to suddenly start killing this page. So we're going to have post deleted and post updated. So post created, what that's going to do is, oh, you know what I should probably do? I should use streams. That's a great idea. Right. Now, hang on. Aha, right. So basically, with the assigns, they are held in memory, and it will do stuff with them. So if you update the assigned value, it will update the HTML value. The problem is, if you've got, let's say, like 50 big things and you don't want to have to deal with them all the time, you don't want to hold them in memory because they're not changing. Streams solve that, and they're one of the features in, I think, the latest version of LiveView, but it might be the version before this. I can't remember. 1 second. In fact, actually... Sorry, I am not used to talking quite so much, so it's a little bit per stream. There we are. So, right. So to do streams, use stream posts. Posts. Cool. Right. Okay. So that streams the posts in. This might change the way that this works now, though. Yes, this now breaks. Fantastic. Yeah. Post is not found in there. So what we need to do is we need to look at the way that streams are done, and they are done differently. How are they done? Yep. So streams is an assign itself now. Again, so what we're looking at here, we're looking at a bit more nitty-gritty type stuff. So I think we want to do that. Posts. Okay. Id not found in posts 14. Okay. Why is that an issue? What am I doing wrong? What is going wrong? In fact, you know, where's this error? Index on 11. Post. Oh! So, what this is doing is this is making a specific id for us as part of it. There we are. So that now works. Okay, so in theory, what we can do now is... Where's it gone? Stream insert. There we go. So that's when there's a saved one. So what we're going to do is when there's a created one, we want to do this. Posts, post. Now, we can't just insert the post that we've gotten from the pub sub. What we have to do is we have to insert the post based on a query because we need to preload the tags. It is imperfect, but I do not expect there to be a huge number of posts happening all the time. So at this stage, I think it would be premature to overly optimize it. Now, 1 second. So we need to actually get the post out of there. So again, we're pattern matching on stuff to get that there. So db post equals get post. Yes, let's say it has to get it. The id is post.id, and we will preload those. So again, this is not stuff that you would normally have in Ecto. It's because I've made a bunch of other like mini libraries that I'm going with. And so db post goes there, so stream insert post. Let's see how well this works, because I have no idea how well it's going to work. It could be really good, could be really bad. Let's just put a load of A's in. Okay, it did not work. what went wrong? Get post is undefined. Wait, what? Do I not have one with the args? That's weird. I thought I had that. I'm sorry. Well, now I know. And I don't have one for the singular either. Let's change that too. So for those wondering, the exclamation mark is an Elixir idiom, and it means that if it fails, it will raise an exception. Without the exclamation mark, it just returns nil. And list args. There we go. Again, normally you wouldn't do it quite this way. It's because I've added a few extra library functions of my own to handle things and do it just the way I like to. Args, I think that's what I want to do. No, that's not what I want to do. I need to do... No, I do... I think I do it like that. We'll find out in a moment because it'll either go really badly or really well. Yep, we have an error. Brilliant. 65. What's the error? Yeah, of course. Args is not a type. That's a value. Okie dokie. So now we're going to do B. Okay, slight change. It's removed all of the other items from the list. That's not quite what we wanted, but it is showing it acting in real time. And this is the key part about LiveView, is that when something happens in a different window, it can update all the other windows. And that's what we've got happening here. We're not updating it the correct way, but we are updating it. That's really good. So to make it a little bit easier to test this, what we're going to do is we are going to have little function here, stuff, and that will send an update, I think. Yeah, you know what? Microblog.create post. Poster id is 3. Title equals x ulid. Is that it? Dot ulid dot generate, and then we'll do the same for the contents, like so. I think that's the way I want to do it. So now, if I go here, there we are, brilliant. So all xulid is like a type of uuid type thing, and we're just making it, we're forcing it to go in rather than having to enter it manually. So it's a little bit easier. In fact, we can go one step further. Boom, there we are, I'll just call a function like that. Okay, so why is stream insert doing that? What am I doing wrong here? Because I am clearly doing something wrong. So stream insert should be inserting a new item. So how is it I'm doing it wrong? Because I think this is a table it's using here. Yep, rows equals that, row click is that. We don't care about row click here because we're not using a table. Actions, that's fine. Okay, so what does the table do to make it so that it handles inserts? Okay, so this here is doing something with the assigns to make it so that it updates based on that. So where are we now? Blog index. Oh, okay, what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to have our own component. So we will need to have post list. List of posts, and so this will need to be, yep, cool, rows, so posts list required true, and then the post list will be this, nice and simple. There we are. So if we now just put post list in here instead, see if this is loading properly. It's not. Fantastic. Why not? Let's close that for now. Posts not found in index 10. How's post not found in index 10? Post is literally the thing that you're being sent. What? Posts? Oh, that's why. It's streams.posts. I'm an idiot. No, streams.posts. Streams not found. Really? Streams not found? Why is streams not found? What am I doing wrong here? Like I said, it's an adventure for everyone. Mount. Handle info. Where am I going wrong? We do stream posts. Streams not found in. If anyone's spotted what I've done wrong, please do let me know. Oh, no, I know why. Okay, so that is posts. There we go. And show full posts will be a thing as well. So what I was doing wrong is I wasn't passing through posts in... I was referring to the streams.posts in the component when the streams.post is referred to in the main section, and we just pass the stream of posts through to the component. That will be a list as well. Required true. So now we do that, and we do show full posts equals show full posts. Woohoo! That works. So now we go to this here. Brilliant. Right. So we're now doing it as a component, but the key part is we need to change this assigns thing around. Where's that assigns gone? What the heck? Table. There we are. Assigns equals. And we now need to tweak that for this. Assigns with equals with rows Phoenix LiveView stream. So it's actually posts instead. Assigns assign row post id. Assigns post id. It's an item. Ah, that's cool. So that does row. Oh, actually the ID might come after the object, so that's always a fun one. Is it? Or no, it's not. No. So what we need to do here is we need to copy paste this a little bit, tweak it for our own terms. So we don't need a class, and we're doing a div, not anything else. No, we don't need a class. What we're going to do is for... That's interesting. Oh, I see. It does take like that. Okay, so we're going to have post like this, I think. Post an I, maybe? No, that's with index there. So, yeah, the first part was the ID. So id and post. Let's see if we get this working. Id equals post id. Let's go with that. See what happens now. Post id not found in that. Interesting. Why would post id not be found in that? Let's just have it as nothing. Post id still not found somewhere. Oh, where am I doing? Oh, assigns.posted. That's why. Why would post id be one of the assigns? I feel like I've completely misunderstood how streams work, and I'm doing it incredibly incorrectly. So great start on that one, Tyvian. Oh, and also that has id item that way round. So, oh yeah, that's quite done that way around as well. Okay, so it'd be id and post goes there. Well, I could do it as a table, but I don't want to. Yeah, let's not do it as a table. Phoenix update has a thing there. You know what? I kind of feel like maybe doing it as a table is a great idea, because I'm clearly doing it wrong. So let's go with this. That's a forum list. Is forum list defined differently somewhere? Def forum list. Oh, I've done it a specific way there. Well done me. Oh, I wanted to have a specific way of doing the table or something like that. Okay, so let's try dot table instead. Okay, so instead of a post list, we're just going to do a table. So let's just go with that, like so. And let's just do a table instead, see how this goes. So what we're going to have is it's going to be streams.posts is the rows, and then the first column will be the title, I think. So that would be, so we do post, 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 post. So we're going to have title, post.title, and then post.contents, string.slice, dot 128 for now. Let's keep it a certain length. Fantastic. Why is title not found in that? Oh, is that just trying to run that? Okay, it's not that. Title not found in. What am I doing wrong? That's actually not the problem in this bit. The issue is that the title is not being found in that, so I'm doing something wrong somewhere. Now, I thought that's how you're meant to use a table, but apparently I am very much incorrect. So, let's have a look at what the forum list does. So that does it like that, so we don't want to do that. Do we have a table in use anywhere? Here we go, right. So rows is streams.post. Row click equals this. So let's just have our row click in this as well, because it might be I'm doing something. I'm click. Oh, no, I see what I'm doing wrong. Ah, there we are. Each row is the, like that. There we go. It's now a table. So the key part is, if I do that, it doesn't update. That's less good. Why? How am I doing it wrong? How am I so wrong? Because I'm using the table for it. Broadcast it, presumably. I mean, that's the other thing, double check actually. Yep, it says it's inserting it, so it should be. Right, where have I gone wrong on this? Raw index live. Let's do this one here. No, that doesn't do stream insert, never mind. Index live for that, not that one. Where's an index live where we actually insert? Yeah, you're doing a great job so far. I mean, you've not identified where I've gone wrong, but you're good backseat coders, I like it. So, how have I screwed this up then? So we're not using any of the other components I made so far. We're actually using the existing core components. We have a table. We call it post table. We're not doing any sort of thing there. So we have the column, that's fine. So the way the table works is you'd have, I can add table classes. I added that myself. Row click, row ID. Default nil, the doc for generation row ID. Do I need to have a row ID as part of this? No, I don't, because it doesn't have any of that. Id categories, row click equals that. We don't need the row click because that's something else. So why is it it's not doing it? Okay. What I'm going to do is I actually have a tab open at the moment. Okay, inserts, stream insert. Okay, so how does this work? Have I done the insert wrong? Nope, that's done correctly there, okay. So stream insert, okay, that's doing a reduction. That's a thing. So we do that there. So where have I gone wrong? Because, so we know that we've got the ids appearing there. That's fine. And obviously it does have an ID that it's inserting. So why on earth? That updates an existing message. You don't care about that. Stream insert. But it's not updating at all now. That's the weird part. That's the part. It's new enough. There may not be that many videos of those. That's why I had that tab opened already. Also, interestingly, the majority of Elixir videos I've seen have been from Europeans or Americans, which I thought was very much against the stereotype. Okay, so we've got that there. Post table, streams.posts, post, slice. So we've got all of them like that. Hang on. It does do it, it puts it at the bottom. Okay, I am doing it correctly, I just wasn't expecting it to work that way. Right, so now, if we look at this, yep. Do we have a prepend thing in there at all? Prepend messages. Nope. Oh, you know what I can do? So live underscore view? I can never remember. There we are, yes. Online documentation, stream underscore, insert. So this is the documentation for the stream insert. So inserts a new item or updates an existing item in the stream. Fantastic, we're using the right function. By default, it is appended to the parent DOM container. The at option may be provided to insert or update an item at a particular index in the collection of the client. Fantastic. So, in theory, all we need to do is do @0. Let's see what happens. Do they actually use @0 there? So, let's get our terminal up. Yay! DZ H0. All right, it's working. So, new blog posts will now get prepended. So if we do that, we drag that up, make that there. Tyvian's new post. Post goes here. Boop. Appears at the top. Fantastic. Right, these things are now working correctly. You know what? For the sake of argument, I'm happy to use a table for now, because we can do a few things with the table anyway. So what we can do is... So this will be tags. Contents and title. So we may actually not need some of our other components in a moment, but you know what, we'll leave them here for now. The tags, where were they? Tag slimline. Nope. Tag badge. You know what, the tag badge actually still makes sense. We're going to keep on using tag badge here. So what we're going to do is... Ooh, you know what? We can do 4 equals... tag. Let's see if this works. Tags. Nope, it'll be post.tags. Yay! It shows them! Fantastic. Okay, right, so our tags are appearing next to our things. What we now need to do is we now need to make sure that new posts come with tags. That would be a really helpful thing. So what we're going to do first is we're actually going to roll back the database because we have a whole load of stuff in here that doesn't have stuff. So those are the tables that we've made. Just run it again, it'll remake those tables. Fantastic. The blog admin has our fake data. So we'll do that now. Reload that. Boom. There we are. Oh yeah, I've got the XSS post. I forgot about that. Now, why is the XSS post at the end? That's not right. These are in the wrong order, aren't they? Why are they... Oops. Why are they in the wrong order? Let's just find out what's going on here. So, let's rerun that. Newest first. Did I? Oh, I ran them too quickly. Ah, because it did it so quickly, it did all of them at the same time. Aha, fantastic. So that's easy to solve. I can go here, I can get that, and I can go to admin, and I can do create post, timer.sleep 1000, just so they do end up happening one after another, because obviously normally you wouldn't have them all happening at the same time. Okay, so we didn't get all of the outputs because we ran a function and we only got back the last result. But we have got all the things created and they are all in the correct order. Fantastic. Now, interesting, I noticed just now when it added them, it didn't get the tags for them properly, I thought. We'll have to double check that in a minute. Okie dokie. So, where are we now? So, what you need to do now is make it so when we create new posts, it adds tags. So how do we make it so we select multiple tags in this? We've got a few different ways. So we can make it so that all the tags are displayed. Oh, Pickle, you're so cute still. Yes. We can make it so all the tags are displayed and you click on them individually, or we can do a drop-down list. What's the best way of doing that? Any ideas? I'm just going to get some dreamies for Pickle. One moment. Ah, here the dreamies are. Dreamies are on a seat. Come on, Pickle, you know you want the dreamy. It's down here. What's this? Come on, get close to the camera, Pickle. The only way I'm going to maintain any form of stream appeal is if you're on camera. There we go. Okay, probably want to checkbox on the drop down so you have multiple tags for post, right? Yes, checkboxes are probably a really good idea. Yeah, option select multiples might be a nice one. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try both and see which one works out better. So, what we're going to do is... Don't need that, don't need helpers. Got way the wrong way there. That's session, templates, don't need that. Microblog admin, post form component. Okay, so this at the moment is just a select. So if memory serves multiple equals multiple. Hey, right. That's not quite working correctly. Multiple, okay, that's fair enough. That is all we need to do. And it is doing it as multiple equals multiple. If we take it off, it's still like that correctly. Oh, you have to hold down shift. Okay, that's fine. Or control. Less good. I'd rather you click it and it stays on or off. There's nothing else we can do on that. Okay, that's fine. Well, the key part is we can select multiple. What we're going to do now is, with the post form component, when we go to create it, we're not actually going to save the post now. What I want to do is I want to double check what are the post params and make sure we're reading them incorrectly. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a no reply socket, so nothing changes. So what we do now is we put this down there, put this there. And we go okay, the tags are not coming through properly. That's going to be my fault because I didn't do post tags. And the value should be whatever the contents are. Also, why is title like that? There we are, that's better. If I do save, there we are, contents, tags, 2. Okay, that's less great. That's a lot less great. Why is tags 2? Do I need to do that? Hey, that's better. So we have 3 and 2. So we're using the IDs of the tags. That's perfect. So we now don't need that. We now update the params. So post, so tag ids equals this. Post params tags. Oops. And we do enum map, and we do tag id stir, so we know exactly what we're dealing with. String.to integer. Again, if someone's going to be putting in stupid values, it's just going to go bleh and die and then come back to life, so that's fine. Now, we could use a transaction and go, okay, if you create this, you also have to create that, but to be honest, it's just much easier to do this. We're going to do insert all. What was the code for this? It was ecto multi insert all. Fantastic. And you do it as that. Cool. So what we do is tags equals tag ids, and we turn it into a map. Nope. Tag id. It'll be a map of, or these are post tags. So tag id is tag id, post id is post.id. Fantastic. And so that will be those. We can now do ecto.multi.new, ecto.multi insert all, post tag. So, every time. I don't know how I'm so bad at this. What we're doing is hit Control Q rather than Control W, in case you're wondering. Post tags goes there. Right, don't think we need to insert any of those. Tyso.repo.transaction. This might work like that. Let's find out. So, post with tags. Contents. Okay, right, so that's a problem. When we update one of these, it wipes the other field. So that is because I have something not being done correctly. So the value there is that. So the value needs to be tags and because I'm not using the form the way it's designed to be used, it's not working quite the right way, and that is my fault entirely. So we don't need that. Nope, not any message. That's good. Not safe for that. Fantastic. Okay. Core components, input, and where's the value? Value is field.value. Okay. What's field? Okay. Where do we get the value from? Actually, first of all, let's do the select. Oh, you can do a select with multiple in it, apparently. Okay. So what's the error? Oh, I bet it's form contents are erroring. Okay, no. The error is on, it doesn't say which line, unfortunately. That is irritating. Core components 340, web microblog, render in general. Oh, type select. Okay, so why is the select a problem? Multiple like that. Because it allows you to have multiple. Not safe. So what should it be going for instead? Oh, tags isn't a component of a change set. I suspect. Okay. That is a problem. Now, there's probably some really simple way of doing this here. I don't know what it is, and I'm not going to look it up just yet. I'm going to try and explore it and solve it myself. So, name is post tags. In fact, actually, name shouldn't even need to be defined, I'd have thought. Well, no, will be actually, yeah. This is irritating. Okay. I'm going to look it up then. Form Live view form. Beds? No, socks, maybe. Form bindings. Oh, actually, that might be a good one. Nested. That is from 2021. That is way out of date. Form bindings. That's not what I want. So form events, number inputs, nested inputs. For live view stuff, yeah, because of the number of changes it's had in the last couple of years, anything from 2021 is likely using the wrong syntax, pointing to at least depreciated, if not no longer present functions. In the majority of the case with Elixir, 2021 it is completely fine, but for live view specifically, actually, yeah, 1 second, hex PM, Phoenix LiveView. So we do all versions. So 2021 would be 0.15. We're on 0.19 is what we're using at the moment, I think, or possibly 0.18. And there have been some seriously big changes in between them. Again, it's not at 1.0 yet, so you're expecting breaking changes between certain versions. Though to be fair to them, they are quite good at not actually always breaking stuff. Hello, Nacho. Nacho's just come in. Let's see if we can get Nacho on camera as well. Nacho loves being picked up. Really big fan of it. Nacho. Oh, he's sniffing the box with my new computer in it. Nacho. Come here. Come on. A bit closer. Leave it dreamy. Oh, you're rubbish. This is Nacho, who is incompetent at eating. Nacho, there we go. Just take the dreamy. It's not that hard. And he loves being held, as you can see. He's really big fan of being held. He's literally dropped the dreamy that he put in his mouth. I've never ever known a cat so incompetent at eating before. You really are the worst sometimes. But you are also very cute. Okay, so back to this. The form action of HTTP, don't need that. Recovering following crashes, resetting forms. Okay, this doesn't have what I was hoping in it. This makes it a little bit trickier to select the tags and not break them each time. So, how do I do this? This could be a good one. So, order has items. What's the best way to add or remove items? This is from 2022, so much better now. Can I have a form which modifies change it? I don't know if it's the right way. It depends. You want to add me? And use cast ASOC or put ASOC and friends of the items. What? Okay, that makes sense. So this will allow us to add multiple items. That's really good. Okay, the schema. To start from the schema, the game will need power our forum. So they make the schema there. Embeds many. Ooh, I haven't actually used embeds many yet. So let's just tweak this now. Okay, so embeds many. Let's look up embeds many actually. XPM Ecto. Indicates the embedding of a schema. The current schema has 0 or 1 records of the other schema embedded inside of it. It uses a field similar to the map type of storage. I don't want to embed them. I want to use a many-to-many. I don't want to have them stored within it as a JSON blob. That's not great. Okay. Does it have to be embeds? Yeah, so because it's within the same object, it's relatively easy to make the form show the list of items that you are playing with. So that's fair enough. I'm not reading this in depth, I am skimming through it. Okay. Okay, so most of this is the same sort of stuff we're seeing elsewhere. It's just specifically they're using the embeds part. Okay, is there a better way of doing this, I wonder? We've got many, all the tags. So, can we do anything with this? Many defaults using ecto assoc. Ecto will avoid loading intermediate whenever possible, making your queries more efficient. For this reason, developers should not refer to the join table in many-to-many inquiries. The join table is accessible on a few occasions, such as ecto assoc, for example, if you do this. Okay, that's fine. So basically what we're saying is, it's saying that by using a many-to-many, we don't need to load in the post tag field, which is purely for the joining. So it's a bit more efficient. Removing data. Put assoc tags. Ooh, okay. So what I might be able to do then is I might be able to do something with this. So ecto.changeSet.change. Then what I can do is, let's do tags. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, so here's, we're going to do a bit of a test here. Change set. So what we're going to do is we're going to pass it a post, which we're not going to use, and then we're going to have the attrs. So we have a title of title, contents of my contents. So what happens if we do this first? Let's check. Okay, that is valid false because the poster ID is false. That's completely fine. So now, if we say poster ID is 1, and then we do that. What's the issue here? Struct is undefined. Can I expand struct? Make sure the struct name is correct. Okay, let's just go with that then, see what happens. Oh, okay, it actually has an issue with it as a whole. That's fine. Okay. No function clause matching cast, and the cast. Oh, what's wrong with the cast? Why is it trying to? What's it trying to cast where? In post 30, so it's when it does cast there. Is it because I'm using atoms instead? Shouldn't be, but you never know. Let's find out. Nope, that is not the problem. Okay. So poster ID, contents, and title all exist. Post.struct doesn't exist. Yep, that's fine. I thought that was the case. Is it that we were having issues because it wasn't compiling properly? Okay, there we are. Fair enough. That's better. So what's happening now is we are able to create a change set. Happy days. So now let's go with params and see what comes through on the params. Like that. And we're going to say tags are 1, 2, and 3. Let's see what happens when we do this. Oops, didn't need to open a new tab there. Tags is not in the list of params. Interesting. Did I do something wrong? There it is. Tags is there. Cool. I love it. Atoms are good. You just make sure you use them correctly. Okay, so what we do here is many tags. Oh, in fact, actually, the example they use is for posts with tags. That's a great sign. Okay, so we have tag name introduction, preload tags to load existing data. Okay, that's fair. That's if we update it, I think. Put assoc tags tag. That's for singular. Many for many. We can associate at any point in time tags using change sets. Later we went to get all tags to a given post. Yeah, we can do that. Tags can also be preloaded. That's what we do. So where's the part where we insert it or update? Okay, so put tags. Oh, that's a singular tag. Okay, that makes sense. So, in theory, tags like that should be okay. Don't worry about those little errors. We're going to be dealing with that later. We have an error. Tags is not supported. Use cast ASOC instead. Oh, that's fair enough. As I said, I've never done this before. Hello, Nacho. Nacho just jumped up on the desk. And cast ASOC is not working. Okay, that's because I'm doing something wrong. That's put ASOC, not cast ASOC, so that's an interesting one straight away. No clause for cast ASOC. Fair enough. Well, let's do put ASOC then. Let's see what comes out. Not implement type map. That's a new one. Don't know if that's going to keep on being problematic or not. Not implemented for what? All of that. Okay, so what we're going to need to do is params tags. Now the problem is that what happens if the I'm using an atom-based one? Yeah, let's see what goes on there. Why would? Oh, yeah. Oh, I know why. I might be a muppet. Hang on. So put ASOC. It takes the change set and then specifically tags params tag. There we go. Okie dokie. That might solve that. Woohoo! Right, we now have errors. Tags invalid, type array map. Oh, really? It shouldn't be, I wouldn't have thought. Ooh. Join schema example. Okay, so what we're going to do is we'll look at put ASOC next and work out where we've gone wrong. Puts the given association entry or entries as a change in the change set. The function is used to work with associations as a whole. For example, if the post has many comments, it allows you to add, remove, or change all comments at once. If your goal is to simply add a new comment to a post, then it's preferred to do so manually, as we'll describe later in the example, adding a comment to a post. That's fine. This function requires the associated data to have been preloaded, except when the parent change set has been newly built and not yet persisted. That's where we are. Newly built, not yet persisted. Missing data will invoke the onReplace behavior defined on the association, which we've not defined, so we might need to do that. For associations with cardinality 1, yes, the cats are lovely. Thank you for noticing. In fact, actually, I've got some toys. I might play with them later. The best toy, as recommended by Beherith, is this. This is a food thermometer with a laser pointer as part of it. So you have like a proper trigger grip, so you can actually aim it really easily rather than like a little pen one, which a friend got us, and they love it. For association with cardinality 1, nil can be used to remove the existing entry. For association with many entries, an empty list may be given instead. If the association has no changes, it will be skipped. If the association is invalid, the change will be marked as invalid. If the given value is not of any of the values below, it will rate. The association may be given different formats. A map or keyword list. Let's see how they've done it. So they've done comments like that. Okay. So, oh, I'm doing it wrong. It's not tags, it's post tags. Let's see if that solves it, because the other ones are many to many. It should still have an error based on what I've been reading. Yeah, post tags is invalid, array, it should be an array map. So what we should get instead is tag ids equals, or tag ids equals params, tags, enumum, id, and that will make a tag id of id. I think this is what it'll need to be. And this goes like that. Ooh, nil of type atom. Oh, where's that? Tag should be like that then. Let's try that. Woo! And it thinks the post tags are empty. Cool, right. That's because tags we're using atoms instead. So I'll have to remember to always use atoms when adding tags. That's fine. Errors. Post tags is invalid type array map. Okay, what's it actually expecting? Why would it be type array map? Adding a comment to a post, that's not what I care about. Adding tags to a post. So that allows you to preload it and all that stuff. We're not fussed about that right now. Change sets. Okay, so map or keyword list representing the change to be applied to the associated data. A map or keyword list can be given to update the associated data as long as they have matching primary keys. For example, put a ID change will locate the comment with the ID of 1. No, flies. It's given. Okay, so cast a sock is actually what we do want then. But we couldn't find it previously, so what am I doing wrong? Yeah, so basically what's happening is we use, so dictionaries or key value pairs can be done in two different ways. You can do strings, which is what we're seeing here down with title to title, or you can use atoms. And the fact that you can't use both at the same time, so you can't intermingle them, and swapping from one to the other is really annoying, and it's one of my bugbears with Elixir. How you go around changing it, I don't know is the problem. So yeah, sorry on that one. Cast assoc. Cast a given association with the change set parameters. This function means when working with the entire association at once and not a single element of many-to-many style association, receiving data external to the application. Match the records extracted in the database and give it the parameters received. For example, you want to use that, and then cast params, blah, 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 blah. Once cast assoc is called, it will compare each record the user already preloaded. Okay, so let's just see what happens now if we just reload this. Is invalid type array map. What type are you, what format are you expecting it to be in? Not a list of maps, that's for sure. That works. Okay, in theory, we've got it working. Let's find out. So no, we don't need you anymore. Let's keep you to be on the safe side. Right, what's gone wrong here? Phoenix safety is not implemented for this. Oh dear, so something's gone wrong with the form. Oh, form tags. Okay, so that solves that. So, core component. Do we have like a selected thing? Options for select, options value. I'm like, do I need to like track tags as a separate item at this stage? What if it's value 1, 2? Okay, so if we've got the IDs come through, that's fine. So form tags, all that. Nope. Okay, you know what? Let's just say it's an empty list for now. We can sort something else with that later. Oops. Let's make that smaller. So we've got this. Okay, so post with tags, contents here. And we go boop, boop. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Okay. What's gone wrong here? Where's the actual value then? How do we get the value out of it? Input field. Form field. Get value for field. Field.value. So do we do what? Field.contents value like this? Okay, that solved that problem. Post. Okay, we might be working. Okay, that did not create a post with tags. That's less good. So, is that because I told it not to create it? No, it's not. Okay. So, let's go with post tags goes there, and post goes there. Created post, created tags. This is taking longer than I expected overall, so that's a fun one. Post 2. Oh, need to swap that over each time. Okay, so that's not done anything, right? Okay, post 2 does appear. So where's the created post part gone? What? Why has created post not appeared anywhere? Oh, I know why, because I'm an idiot. Okay, this whole time I've been going, oh, it's not been doing it properly. Yeah, because I've been doing it for the edit, not for the new. Way to go, Typian. And that, guys, is why I'm not as smart as you kept thinking I was. Okay? I appreciate the people saying I should be applying to companies that will pay me huge amounts of money, but unfortunately, I'm not that bright. Yay! It made the tags. It may not have made the tags. Okay. So, what the heck? Oh, no, I know why. Because I'm a Muppet. Again. Okay, let's call this post 3. Stuff goes there. Development mapping. Goes like that. Yay! Post 3 has development and mapping as objects. That's fantastic. It created the tags correctly. Post ID 8, tag ID 3, post ID... There we are, that's good. Right, so that's really promising. Now, what we need to do is make it so that when we start doing some different stuff, it doesn't just balk our tags field. Because at the moment, if we select a tag and then we start typing, tags goes to nothing. And the reason for this is that the rendering it's got, it thinks the value for the tags field is nothing, because that's what we've told it is. So we need that to pull from the change set. Now I just need to work out how to do that. Up here, right, so if the value is 1 and 2, it does select those objects. Interestingly, okay, so it is based on ID then. That's fine. Okay, so it's based on actual ID, not numerical index. That's promising. So, what I would do is say, I don't need that to be printing that anymore, and we don't need that anymore either. We do core components, potentially. No, we do post form component, and we do validate. And we say change set, and we have a look at what we get back from the change set. It doesn't have any actions there at all. Okay. So that's not doing anything correctly at all. That's really annoying. You know what I might look at? I might look at our little tutorial here that we looked at earlier, because that was using, oh no, that used embeds, so that may not be quite right. Let's have a look at how they do it. So usually base we fetch from the database. This example again runs completely with data in memory, so it's just targeted initial data. That's fine. The form. Field set. Legend groceries. What's the actual form looking like? Groceries are the items. That's good. So we want to do something similar to that. Let's just try and see what happens. And then we will go like this and like that. Let's go there. This can go there. Tiling window manager for the win. Cool, cool, cool. And that's errored because obviously we've copied and pasted some code from some random place that has completely different name set and stuff like that. So that's okay. Okay. So let f line is f lines. So that should be for form. Yeah. For form. So we instead of just do f, we just do form, and it's tags. 36, there's no such thing as a line. Okay, what is a line? Where's the definition they've got for line? Where's the... What the heck? Why is there a dot line thing? That's not a common one, and they've not defined it anywhere. That's really unhelpful. Line change set, that's fine. That might be a line, but they've not told me it's a line. Okay. So delete is one of the things that appears in the HTML. So let's see if there's some HTML with delete in it anywhere. Oh, okay, this is it. This is a line then. Cool. So what we do is we don't care about any of those things. That's a hidden. Why have they got the hidden then? Okay, so their deleted section is working differently. They're making it so that when you click delete, it just changes the opacity of one of the items. So we're not going to be doing anything like that. That is a button for delete. So this is the actual input itself here, presumably. And that's if delete. Okay, so is this like part 2 or something? New plan. Huh. Groceries has nothing in it. Cool. Tags is not part of the change set. Okay. Why? Ooh. That just changed the tag selection. That's interesting. Okay, change the tag selection to all of them. Oh, I see why. Yeah, because the value got refreshed like that. That's stupid of me. So it never accepts them as part of it. Is that because I'm doing it that way? I wonder. Let's have a look. Oh, no, that did not like that. It still needs to be an array. Okay, how do I make it so it selects the tags? Okay, new plan. Does it even update the form when we change it? Okay, so it does change the form, so that's good. So post form component. Let's go with here. Validate, so we know we're actually doing validate. The change set is that, but specifically post params are this. Okay, so when we change this, the post params, the tags are there. Okay. Right, so what we can do is, so that's the list of tags. So we want to say assign selected tags. Like that. And assign form, so we're going to tweak this slightly so it now does assign form like that. And then we just do assign selected tags to be post params tags. Alright, that goes wrong there because I've got the double pipe. That's better. Right, it's not causing it to error. Cool. I was expecting it to remove it straight away, that's fine. So now the value should be, in theory, selected tags. It may be okay with it like this. Ooh, that's good. It's now doing it correctly. It's doing it correctly. Fantastic. Okay, right. So the next part is we're going to change the way that tags work. So we want to have the tag showing up there somewhere. So what we're going to do is we're going to have to change the way that tags work slightly. Yes. No, that's the blog index, admin index. There we go. Post preview of post. Okay, tags may not get updated. We'll leave the tags out for now. The key part is though we've got so just mapping. This is going to have. Okay, and did it work? Yes, it did. Good news. So what we now need to do is we need to tweak this form slightly because this is not a good layout. Yeah, this is not going to work. So what we want to do instead is we do not need that field set anymore. That's for sure. We're going to do this. We're going to do div class equals row. Let's have a 2-column layout, nice and easy. Then that goes there. That class equals col. This way, as we add more tags, we will be able to get more and more in terms of height. Then what we'll do is margin bottom 4, there a bit of space, post. Right, so the next part is we need to have if the change set is valid or not. So how does that do it with the core components? Because I'm pretty sure that they validate or invalidate the submit button based on if it's allowed or not. So simple form, button save, or maybe they don't actually. Valid? Don't they use that anywhere? No, okay, right. So the next part is, if the change set isn't valid, we want to do something slightly differently, I think. Form component here. Let's start off by just printing out if it's valid or not. Post.valid. Not found in that. Okay, that's great. It's valid. Still not found in that. Okay. New plan. Change that goes there, and valid is not listed in that stuff. That's amazing. Okay, that's fine. What we're going to do is if selected tags enum.count empty. So what we're going to say is that disabled equals that. So if do disabled, then in theory what we can do is this. Yes, so as long as you have 0 tags selected, that button is disabled. Oh, okay, hang on. That went wrong. 41. Oh dear, that's not good. Why is that a problem? So that's fine. That's fine. So why is it an issue as soon as you start typing? Validate. Assign form change set. an idea. It might not need to be that. We can do it a different way potentially. We can go with form.changeSet.valid. Change set not found in that. Brilliant. Source. Okay, so it's not source. It's called change. It's not change set. It's called source. Brilliant. Brilliant. It's still not valid. Fantastic. Okie dokie. So, hey, the Shock, it's going well. I'm now going to make it so it's posting, it's updating live. It's not filtering yet, but we can add tags. Also, I've been going for more than 3 hours. So far, so good. I'll keep going for a little bit longer at least. So, source is there, action validate. Valid as a question mark. Okay, so that should be fine. If form source valid. I am working on the microblogging system I mentioned. Okay, so valid. If it's not valid, do disabled. Oh, poster ID can't be blank. Ah, right, okay. That's easy to solve. So poster ID gets assigned manually later on. But what we're going to do is we're going to keep on assigning it manually later on anyway, but we are also going to do one other thing. So change set is there. Change post. I think we can do it at startup. Let's find out. We cannot do it at startup because current user's not in the assigns. Okay. Weird. I thought it would be. We can set it manually, so that's fine there. Okay, you know what? We're just going to say poster ID equals 1 because it will get overwritten later on anyway. So invalid. Errors. Poster ID can't be blank. Okay, so that's not working like that then. So what we're going to do is we undo all of that. Keep that there. And when we come to validate it, what we do is we say post params is updated with that, like so. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, mapping. Ooh, now that's interesting. It didn't require me to have a tag. Okay, that's useful to know. So if or if either of them bad, then it's not okay. Ooh, that's interesting. That had an error. Not implemented for type of nil. What's the nil part? Why is selected tags anything else? Okay, next question is selected tags. Let's put that there. Ooh. Selected tags is nil apparently. Oh, okay, right. So we need to make sure that is changed. Or just make it empty there. That's good. So if it's not included, so okay, so the selected tags wasn't included in the post params, thus it was becoming nil. So that's useful to keep in mind. Yay! Delete that. Fantastic. Okay, so what we're going to do now is have those like that, and we will have next. We're going to get rid of the io.inspect. We're going to get rid of those comments. We're going to keep those like that. Multiple equals multiple. That's fine. That shouldn't be an error. For this, we're going to format this a bit better. And we're going to say phx.dbounce equals 100. Just so it doesn't spam stuff to us. Because that is one of the things that does happen at the moment. So there's an ever so slight delay as you're typing. It'll wait until 0.1 of a second to do any updates. So that's good. So I'm happy with that like that. Let's just change this. Right, so now let's find where we've got an inspect going on. Not there. Not there. Not there. Cool, okay. Okay, that's actually going to need to be tweaked because that is now incorrect. Done. The text area. Yep, that adds a bunch of extra stuff. Let's get rid of that. I'll do map server and mapping. Post. Created successfully. Fantastic. No errors popped up there. Must be a Boolean got multiple. Okay, so that... Does this still render correctly? Yes, it does. Fantastic. Yep, title can't be blank. That's fine. So if we now go to microblog admin, yep, my next big blog post, server and mapping. Good, right. So let's just make a note of what we've done here. Right, so we've got 10 viewers at the moment. So if you're viewing, let me know if you want me to keep going or if you're getting a little bit tired yourself and you think I should take a break, like a longer stop sort of break myself. Because I'm going to take a short break anyway, but then when I come back, I'll make a decision on if I'm going to carry on or not based on what the comments are. If there are no comments, I'll just stop. But if there are lots of comments saying, no, we're really enjoying it, carry on, then I'll carry on. Keep going. I will be taking a short break anyway regardless, but I'll check what the comments are when I return. Just need to format my commit message. Added pub sub messaging and tagging to post creation. Cool. I'm glad to hear the best creation. Then I will be back. I will take a short break, but it might be like 5 minutes because I need to go and boil the kettle and stuff like that. But I will be back, okay? I promise. That's fair enough. No problem at all. I return with another cat. Hello, Jam! Yes, Jam's outside. She's now inside. Right. Okay, so Connor's not here. That's fine. Right, I'll do a little bit more. I don't know how much longer I will go for, but I will carry on for at least a little bit. Okay. So the next thing we need to do is the admin section kind of needs a link back to the main section, I think, because I keep having to manually change things. So, that goes there. This goes here. I know Jam. She's just meowing. T4. Href microblog. Don't need any if statements. Now, it's not called admin, it's called blog home. Well, blog home, admin. Blog home, admin. Fantastic. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to filter down this list. We will also need a way of making more tags, actually. Let's do that now. So new post form, and then here, that's the preview. Now we do div if allow current user server. So only server admins will be able to add new tags. Later on we can tweak it and allow more people to do that, but that's fine. So what this will be a form for adding new tags. Nice and simple, I think. New tag form. Yeah, close my things properly. Might need a bit more padding than that. Top 20 pixels maybe? Let's try that, see how that goes. There. Where's my Firefox gone? Nope, wrong one. It's better. Oh dear, I'm dropping viewers. I'm down to single digits. That's still more viewers than I ever expected, so I'm happy with that. New tag form goes there. Why is style margin top not working properly? Not sure. 40 pixels? Oh, it does work. Okay, cool. Alright, so the new tag form would be this, but for tags. So we're going to call it module, current user, title, new tag form. Patch back to microblog admin. That's fine, because you will need to make multiple tags. Microblog tag, tag post, tag form component. New action, new. We're not doing any editing at the moment, so that's fine. New tag form, we don't need that bit there. And then we just copy paste that, tag form component. And then wherever it says post, we do tag. Wherever it says lowercase post, we do lowercase tag. Like there. Cool. Right, so now we do not need the list of tags, because that's obviously not happening. We do not need our list of selected tags either. We just need 3 fields. So in fact, a simple form might actually work for this, to be honest. But we can do it our way. So that's title, which we don't need. It is name for a tag. The tag name goes here. Then and that'll be autofocus. The others will not autofocus. After the title, it is color. Yes, we are using the British color, because that's the correct color. However, obviously the type itself has to be like that. And then finally is the icon, which we will leave as text, because that's going to be done a different way. Okay. Tag assigns. That's fine. Why is there an error with that? We don't need selected tags. We don't need any of that stuff there. And we don't need to notify the Well, we might need to identify the parent. We might change that later. We'll see. Okay, tag form component line 60 has an error where there is no assigns of tag. Why is that? And that is because we did post, not tag. That's why. There we are. We have a new tag form. So the name goes there, color goes there, and icon goes there. Fantastic. So it's post form component, tag form component, and the index here. That's all fake data. That is saved and post. Updated change set. Oh yes, that's so that we can preview it. So we're going to do the same thing here, to be honest. Let's let people see what it's going to look like in all its amazing glory. So that will be tag form component, and the tag will be the tag. Tag created successfully. No worries at all. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you found it educational, and even if you didn't, life goes on. Action edit. That's not actually one of the optional actions, so we're going to get rid of that. New. Microblog admin page. In fact, it's just going to be the microblog admin page anyway, really. Yeah, that's cool. And both of those will go like this. Cool, that's worked. Right, so now the name is tag name. Color is going to be that. And then FA. Oh, okay, now I had issues with the icon part there. That's interesting. Why was that? Tag form component, I think. No, that's the blog one, so we don't care about that. Tag form component had an error with 52. Oh, disabled if. Oh, interesting. Right, so we don't care about that anymore. We care about it like that. There we go. So it's got to be valid. There we go. And tag. Brilliant. We had an error on 115. Oh yeah, because we were trying to do some stuff with taggeds, which we don't need to do anymore, so that's fine. That's not a problem at all. What we will do though is we will change it from tag as the button to something else. Maybe create tag. That might be a more sensible choice. House. And then we just do that. Do a green FA house. Brilliant. House is now one of the tags. That's very good. Now, it won't update other people's posts live. We've not done that plumbing, and ultimately, I'm not going to. Got a text message. Might be a parcel coming today. Fantastic. Yeah, so it won't update the list of tags live because of the fact that we don't need that. We don't care about that. But what I would like to do is I'd like to change it so it shows what the tag will look like as we render it. If that makes sense? Or as we develop it. So what we're going to do is we're going to add in HR there to make it clear that they're separated. That's good. And we will now do what the tag will look like. So microblog components, and tag badge is there. I mean, tag preview kind of makes sense, but it's just for this, so I'm actually going to do it like this. Okay, so tag.icon, is this going to work? Right, color not found in that. Okay, that's fine. So we change a few things around, that's all. Map.get tag color, otherwise 000000. And the map.get tag.icon of nothing. And 1 second. There. And then finally is map.get tag name. Nothing. Icon. Oh, yep, that needs to be an atom because we're referring to that. Fantastic. So we have nothing there. That's fine. So as we do house, it can be called house. And then we get the color in, choose a color. We choose the icon FA wrench. Fantastic. Okay, so the next thing we want to do though is style text dash size 2em. That's rubbish. That's not done anything to the text size. That's rubbish. Entirely rubbish. Why don't we use it as a button? Okay, that might work. Style equals texts. Or is it font size? Is that what I got wrong? Yeah, I bet it was. Nope. Okay. Yeah, it's font size. Does it limit the font size? Part of that? Let's find out. That's better. So the main thing is that we want to make it so that people can see what they're working on. There we go. So your house, and we'll have an icon of FA house. Fantastic! Cool, and that is how we make tags. So we can now make new tags. Added ability to make new tags. We should probably be doing a few more commits. I am slacking on that. Okay, so we're now going to do the final, and kind of should have done this just now, section. We're going to make it so you can filter stuff. We're not listing the poster, so let's get that sorted now. So we're preloading tags, and we're going to start. We're also going to preload the poster. And so now that allows us to do this. Title. Poster.name. I posted all of them! I'm amazing! We're not going to filter out posters to start with. We're purely going to filter tags. Actually, no. We might filter out posters later. Okay, so the key part next is we need to get a list of tags in general, I think. We go like this. Tags equals microblog.list tags. The same way we do with the admin one, to be honest. List tags. Oh, have I not done that? Oh, I did it as part of the post form, didn't I? List tags. There we go. Microblog list tags. Assign tags. And so we'll now have tags available to us when we do this. So now what we can do is for t in tags t.name like so. Great. It doesn't print. Oh no, that's why I didn't put an equals there. There we go. Right, so we got that. So now we just do tag badge. That's because we were looking at the admin section and nothing was working. Now we're looking at not the admin section and things are mostly working. He says literally as he breaks something. There we go. It's working again. But I actually don't want it to work quite like that, actually. So, not going to do a loop like that. Like this. There we go. I want to add a little bit of spacing between them. Fantastic. Okay, so we've now got the tags that we've got selected or not selected is the idea. But we want to make it so that we can show that certain tags are not selected. So at the moment, everything is selected is the idea. So what we're going to do is we're going to say assign filters. The filters will just be an empty dict at the moment. because we're going to need to expand this in a number of ways. So what I'm thinking is tag white, no, so disabled tags. It's a list. Enabled tags is a list. Enabled posters is a list. Okay, so what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to enable certain tags and disable, and if there's an overlap, disabled wins. But the idea is obviously there's a lot of overlap between different types of tags. So you might want to be like, I like mapping except when it's related to the server. If it's server related, I just don't care about anything, mapping or otherwise. Whereas if it's purely mapping news, it's not going to have a server tag. And you might not like certain posters, like that Tyvian, he's really cool, I like him. But that Taku, no, he's terrible, I don't want to hear from him. And so you'll be able to filter out or in, so yeah, in enabled posters. And so if you do, enabled posters will only show you certain posters. Disabled posters would remove other ones. So I need to work out which way around I want to do that, because you won't have the overlap on that. Let's go with enabled posters for now. So what we're going to have is filters there, and what we're going to do is microblog components, and so a tag badge will be like this. And what we need to do is, if say disabled or not. So if I say disabled, what does it look like? Nothing. Fantastic. Oops, no, not iCal. Do not want iCal. That is not what I meant to do. Where's the pills gone? Components. Badges, that was it. I could have something else in there, or better yet, signs disabled. So if a sign is disabled, do else. So if they're disabled, then the background color is something else. Otherwise, it's signs tag dot color. Otherwise, it is grey. And then instead of having that over there, we put this like that. No, wait, we do that because we do assigns equal assigns assign BG color. Cool. So now if we go disabled equals true, they'll become grey. And we just quickly need to do this. Default false. Disabled boolean. And none of them are disabled. That's fantastic. What have I done wrong? Okay, we've got some other things doing some inspection at the moment, so let's get rid of that. Let's compare balance algorithms, getting messages. Some communication chat, we do not need that in there at all anymore. That's actually a typo. Tag badge, there we go. Okay, so tag badge should be fine. So why? Oh, I see, no, these are the assigns. So disabled, false. What? Why is disabled false? Oh, because I didn't save it. That's why. Fun times. So we need to make it slightly darker. That's better. Maybe not dark enough. Yes, go with that. Cool, so we can now mark the tags as disabled and they'll go grey. So we just need to make sure that the developers, whoever they might be, don't end up putting in grey tags or it's going to really confuse people. So that's fine. Oh, I'm just getting a Discord message from someone. Let's close that tag there, tab there. Nothing interesting. Cool. Yeah, sorry. I normally Discord will have a streamer mode enabled, but it doesn't do it on the web browser because yeah, it doesn't do it. That goes there, goes there, that goes there. That's fine. So now we want to make it so you can disable the tags. So Phoenix.click equals that, and we now do. Let's go core components. Click I think that's interesting. Why doesn't it have Phoenix.click in that? Very strange. See, it says here that one of the button example buttons has a Phoenix-click in it. But Phoenix-click is not listed anywhere else, unless that's like a default one. So let's just try that and see what happens. That goes there, and then rest goes there under after class. Like that. False attr. There we are, rest. Okay, so now, if I say Phoenix.click equals 1, 2, 3, fancy that, it does do it. Cool, okay. So, toggle tag, Phoenix-value tag id equals tag.id. So now what we're going to have is we'll get an error in a second. Boop. The error is it could not handle toggle tag. Perfect. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to say style cursor pointer. So now it will do a pointy one whenever we mouse over it, which is exactly what we want. Now, where's the handle events gone here? So we've got show full, hide full, which is not actually needed anymore, but we'll leave them in for now because we might swap back to that later. So what we're going to do is disable tag. Was it toggle tag? Was it? Yeah, hang on. Toggle tag. There we are. Toggle tag, and we will. Oh no, yeah. Okay, we'll just have them as disabled tags for now. We'll expand on it later. Then tag ID goes there. Tag id stir goes there. Tag id new disabled tags equals science.filters dot disabled tags. New filters is thus app.put socket.assigns.filters new disabled filters, but we need to do it as disabled tags. That's good. Assigns.filters tags. New show full post is obviously not there. That's fine. So now what we'll need to do is list posts. So we're going to re-get the post at that stage. So if we change our tag preference, it will get the posts. What we need to do is change the way that these work. Disabled is enum.member of filters.disabled tags tag.id. So none of them are disabled. Boop, that's in there, or it's not. Okay, so that'll disable it every time. So I need to toggle is disabled equals is it a member or not? Signs dot actually no, why do I need to have that as a variable? Just do if, do else end. So what's going to happen is we're going to set a new set of filters. So if it is disabled, then we'll do one thing, otherwise we'll do another. That goes there. New disabled will be list.delete tag ID. Right, so that does not work at all. Right, that's because tag id. There we are. Hey, so we click this, it changes them to grey, showing they're disabled. Now, if we reload the page, we lose that, that's fine. We're not persisting filters at this stage. We're just making it so that you can filter them as a whole. Now, the problem is, obviously, that doesn't change what our content is. We're actually re-querying the list of posts every time we do this. So now we need to filter out certain things. The problem is that the way that this query is written is nowhere near good enough for what we want. So, microblog, list posts, yeah, we've got post queries, doesn't really have a way of filtering out based on the different tags and stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to do that list posts complex. It's imperfect, I know. Let's go for args and post lib. That goes there. Post lib goes there. Does this have? Nope. Okay. So what we're going to say is the args will still be there, but what we're going to do is we are going to go straight to post queries. Oops. With args, and we're going to do complex query posts complex. So normally I wouldn't do this. It's a bit of a weird way of doing it, but I think for now it's going to be a good enough stopgap. So what we're going to do is def query posts complex args, and what we'll do then is we'll do io args, and we'll return a list, an empty list for now. So, list posts complex 1 is undefined. That's interesting. I'm pretty sure I added it. List posts complex. It's not in post lib. Ah, that's why. Yeah, I didn't actually change that. There we are. That works. Though interestingly, wait, what? Why on earth is the index? Oh, that's why. I didn't change that around. I'm a numpty. Okay, so what we're going to have here is assigns. And we're going to say disabled tags, size.disabled tags. In fact, these are the filters we're going to go with. Because we know what format we want it to take already. We already know how we want it to work. Oh, grief. Filters dot enabled posters, that should be. And not fitlers, filters. And not a dot there. Fantastic. Active query will not implementable for list, that's fine. So now we get rid of microblog, post queries is going to be. So we're going to build the query a little bit more complex, with a bit more complexity now. So because we can define it there. Bye, Will Ubbick. It's nice. Glad you enjoyed it. I'm going to say order by, and it will be desk. Gosh, newest first. Where's it gone? There we are. Order by desk, newest first. So that will go there. I think we put that at the end. And we're going to say preload of that. So we've got the tags, and we want the posters as well. Oh, what the heck is a posters electron? They always have a poster. That's better. And we're going to say that. And then, here's the thing. So what we're going to say is, poster goes there, that goes there. So we know that disabled tags is one of the fields we're expecting to have. So we can say where in tag ids. Where's tag ids? Oh, I see. Oh, I copied and pasted the wrong one. That was bad. Oh, I was preparing for this already. I remember now. You know what, actually? I don't know if I need the complex one. Yeah, I don't. What I can do is, yeah, let's get rid of that. Don't need that at all. Oh, that's fantastic. Signs, filters, filters goes there. Let's get that. Right, okay. Yes, no, I remember now. I actually put some stuff in place for it. I'm a bit of a numpty. Right, okay. Postlib does not need to have that done. Post queries does not need that done. I can redo that in a moment. List tags is fine. HTML. Getting messages. You don't need that. Cool. Okay. Post queries. Based on ownership. No, that's not correct. Which post? Oh no, yep. Based on possession. Text, not ownership. Possession. Okay, so we've got Nacho at the moment. Oh well. A bit more hot chocolate. Okay, so where tag is in tag ids, what we're going to do is include exclude ids. And not in exclude ids. So here what we can do is we can say preload tags, and what we can do then, we can just put in filters.include tag, or sorry, enabled tags, filters.disabled tags. Right, what goes wrong here? Gets to the end of line, expression is incomplete in post queries 114. There's no comma. Let's try that now. Fantastic. It can only be invoked. Oh, okay. Why is that a problem? Oh, when is? Oh, that's why. Go that for now. List post complex is undefined. Cool. Ugh, okay, there's that comes in blog index 100. There we are. Missed it. Right, okay, so because we have no disabled or enabled tags, it's having a bit of a poody. So we just need to tweak this slightly. So what we're going to say is we're just going to have a few, we're going to do a bit of pattern matching on this. So if the include ids is empty, we don't need that query. We just say where tags.id is not in exclude. If exclude is nothing, but include is something, then we do just include. And if both of them are something, we do both. And then if both of them are nothing, we do something else entirely. We just do that. Cool. We don't actually need the when is list part now, I think. So now, boom, that all works. Okay, so, yes. Okay, so what we've got here is we have our tags, and if it doesn't have a tag at all, it won't load. That's fine. So we will never ever see any posts that don't have tags. So if they accidentally get added, we don't need to worry about them. So now, in theory, we will only see development. That's not the case. Okay. What's going wrong? What is going wrong? So what we're going to do is we're just going to print out our filters up here. So if we click that. So disabled tags is all of those, but enable tags is that. Server and house and mapping are literally disabled tags, and they're included in that. Okay, I need to make this query a bit more complicated, I think. I'm not sure exactly how. I think this might be a good place to stop for the day. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say thank you very much for everyone who's been watching. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope it's been educational. Feedback on the Discord for certain. And hopefully I will see you again in the near future. Thank you very much.